All right. And with that, let me look for the right screen here. That's the wrong screen. I always do the wrong screen. All right, so we are live. What's up, everyone? Welcome to stream. Welcome. Doesn't seem like anyone's in here right now. That is okay. So, I don't need to get into everything I said in the last reaction, although we will definitely be talking more about that later, I imagine. But yeah, I mean, for those who know, and it's kind of hard to like not know at this point, this is the final stretch. This is the second to last SMG4 ranking stream until the series ends. So I decided for this one that I was going to bunch together the 2024 ranking along with the character tier list because I was going to do a character tier list sometime like next year I was planning, but since the series is ending, I figured, you know what, let me just toss it in here and get it out of the way now. I spent the last couple of days trying to make that because I've had it for years. Had it for a while. I actually don't have it pulled up right now. Let me go pull it up. I've been having this weird thing happen where it just like randomly logs me out. I don't know what that's about. But by the way, is my mic quality good? Let me know. I noticed it was like doing popping sounds in the last reactions. I apologize for that. I don't know what that was about, but yeah. Yeah, here it is. I went ahead and updated it, added more characters, and updated some of the renders, particularly for the recolor. So we'll be getting to that after we do the 2024 ranking, which I have the template pulled up right here, provided by Nostalgig, who, if you aren't aware, is going to be leaving soon as well. Hopefully he isn't gone before he creates the 2025 tier list, because otherwise I'm gonna have to create that myself. But in any case. And I'm still constantly updating the all videos one, by the way. So yeah. So here's our template here. Let me go ahead and pause that so that's not taking up any resources. Okay. Alright. Now before we jump into it, I'm gonna go ahead and get chat set up on my phone, and then we'll be good to go. I'll let you know ahead of time. I will be mainly due to the fact that I have been up since 3 a.m. I was on a good schedule up until today. Because I just, for some fucking reason, just woke up at 3 a.m. even though I went to bed at like 11. So yeah, I got 4 hours. And I tried to get some more sleep before I started the stream. But, wouldn't you know, that didn't happen. So here we are. Let me go ahead and get chat set up, and we're good to go. Okay. So yeah, I will be live on the main account later, doing another whatever chill Minecraft stream, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, there is that. All right. Oh, that is not a good angle. Did I fix that? I don't think I can. I guess that works. Okay. Audio's good, by the way. All right. Good to hear. Don't want any popping sounds or the fan blowing in the background, but I have filters in place to make that vanish, so to speak. So yeah. All right. Real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the list on the SMG4 wiki. I'm gonna need this both for the character list and the video list. So let me go to the 2024 video list, and then I gotta go to the... And we'll be pulling up the videos too, so I can refresh my memory. Oh, that's right. I gotta pull up a document as well. Where is it? I think it's this. No, it's not this folder. It is not this at all. Let me close all this and this and this. What the? Okay. I got so many text documents on here, dude. Oh my god. I don't even need all these. That's literally from the rankings. That's really from the fucking playing all Mario games stream I did. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, this is everything. Alright. So, I got the document pulled up of all of the videos I've done reactions on and ranked at the end of those reactions. So, we will get to those when we get to those. So, we're going to go in... Oh my god. Can I close out of that? Okay. We're going to be going in order of the videos that were released. As you can see here... let me go back to the right screen. Okay. Let me change the angle. Okay. So, as you can see here, I got the wiki pulled up. I got all the different tier list templates. This is just a reference, the 2023 reference point. So here's the template. I do want to address something regarding my ranking system before I begin, because I actually got a comment about this earlier this year. Or sometime last year. I think it was earlier this year, though. So I'm going to address that. But yeah. I'm going to be going back through and looking through these videos as I see fit. Okay. So, let me explain something about the ranking system. So, I know some people in the comments got confused because a majority of the videos ended up in the B tier. And admittedly, I was never very good at explaining this myself. So, I'm going to go ahead and explain it here. So here's how my ranking system works, because I've done a poor job of explaining it. In the past, I used to say that the B tier was just varying degrees of 7 out of 10. That is not true. Although, yes, it is still 7 out of 10. Lower end 7 out of 10s get thrown in the B minus tier, as well as like higher 6 out of 10s. C tier, that's when you get into the lower 6 out of 10s and also the 5 out of 10s, particularly. I think it's maybe just the 5 out of 10s. I don't know. And then, okay, let me explain this thoroughly. So, imagine this on a point system. So, like, so here, I got War of the Fat Italians in A tier. A tier is 8.5 and up. 8.5 up to like 9.9. And then Pingas Approve is a 10 out of 10s. So 8.5 up to 9.9. 8.4 down to 7.5. 7.5 down to 6.5. 6.4 down to 5.0, and then 4 and below is the D tier, and then the trash tier is when you get into the 2 out of 10s and 1 out of 10s. I hope that explains my ranking system better for those that were confused the last time I did this. So, yeah. I just wanted to get that out of the way. That's how my ranking system works. So, there you go. Alright, so we got a good 40-something videos to get through. And before I do anything, I'm going to go ahead and take out the SMG4 crew / SMG4 and SMG3 talk videos. I'm going to go ahead and remove those. They technically get lumped into the main... They were getting lumped into the main series by the end, so that's why they're on this list, but they're not actually main videos, so I'm just going to go ahead and take all those out, and that'll be that. I think I got them all now. I just want to make sure. I think that's all of them. Okay. So, take those 3 out. And alright. Here we go. The SMG4 2024 ranking. We'll go ahead and rank all the videos, go into the overall thoughts on the year, and then we'll move on to the character list, and then at the very end, probably talk more about just the series ending and stuff, but we're not there yet. So let me go ahead and pull up the first video of 2024, which is Mario opens a can of beans. Every year starts out with a... Oh god, let me mute the audio. Okay. I'll mute the audio on my end because I'm not going to be playing anything. Unless I had music running in the background and I didn't know about it. No, I don't, because I have group music closed. But yeah. Okay, so every year opens up with a dumb Mario video. Mario doing a mundane task and it just goes haywire. This is another one of those. I don't remember too much about it. I remember Mario was trying to open a can of beans, and then Meggy and SMG4 tried to help him, and then they got sucked. They got sucked into another universe or something. Something with Peter. I didn't really watch this one that much. I'd say out of all the first of the year videos, it's one of the weakest. Yeah, they get sucked. That's right. They get sucked into the treasure chest, and then they grow a beanstalk. Yeah. I mean, it's either gonna end up very low B tier or like very high B minus. It's a starter video. There's not really a whole lot memorable that happens in it. Again, there's been many videos like this. Like what was one of them? Mario waits for the bus. There was Mario gets a glass of Mario goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk. And then what was this year's? Because I actually don't remember. This year's Mario drinks water. I actually do remember that one. But we'll be saving that for the last stream we do on this channel, you know. The last ranking stream we do. But yeah. But you get the picture. It's a decent starter for the year. But it didn't really stick out in my mind, so I'm throwing that very low B tier for now, and we'll see where it ends up by the end. Alright, this next video, however, You Used to Be Cool. I actually think this one was pretty cool. This was, because at this point in the series, SMG3 became friends with SMG4 and wasn't really a villain anymore. He was still like an antagonist in some degrees. He was more like an anti-hero character at this point. But this one is where like Eggman and a few of the other villains try to teach SMG3 to be evil again. And I think it went some pretty cool directions. I also don't know if this one leaves B tier either, but yeah. They Dr. Foodus and Toad. I don't know why Toad's here. Toad's not really a villain, but he's there. They try to convince him to kill SMG4, and he eventually realizes that he doesn't want to do that. Because he's not evil anymore. So yeah. I'm putting this one in the same tier, but I do think it's better. I think it could have been really good, but the execution wasn't like the best out there. But again, I think it's a really cool idea having SMG3 revert back to his old ways. Although they did that with Psycho too, with the Kaizo thing. Although that also didn't last very long either. But yeah. Eggman's a great character, so any video Eggman shows up in, unless it's the fucking Sonic movie videos, he's always great. He's always hilarious. And he's like he's one of the main characters here trying to help SMG3. So yeah. I don't really have too much else to say beyond that. So yeah. Better video. And we'll move on from that to CEO of Riz. This one is interesting. Boopkins, I think, wins like a competition to go on a date with like a VTuber or something. And then SMG3 is trying to guide him through it. And it just goes in all kinds of fucking weird and wacky ass directions. It's got a lot of funny moments. I will say this one's pretty funny. Oh, I remember. Oh yeah, this. And then SMG3 like uses like an Andrew Tate guide. That was probably the funniest part of this video. And it had a wholesome ending. The whole thing is Boopkins trying to be someone he's not, and then getting shit on for it, and then realizing that, yeah, just be yourself. If you were only yourself, you would have went fine. Though to be fair, it was mostly SMG3's fault because he was the one trying to make everything all fucking weird as shit. So yeah, I thought this one was very fun. I liked it better than these two. Some of the stuff is a little cringy, but that's kind of the point. The whole point is Boopkins is just a cringe character. So it makes sense that he's going to be doing a bunch of cringe shit. So, but I thought a lot of the jokes here were funny. So I think it works. Now I'm not sure if it quite goes up to A tier. That's what I'm not sure of. I like it better than these two, though. That's for damn sure. But yeah, very odd video, but again, I think it's very fun. It had a lot of funny moments. So yeah, that's how I feel about CEO of Riz. We'll move on from that to... Let me close these so they don't take up any resources I got. Remastered 64, Who Let the Chomp Out? Oh yes. For those that don't remember, in 2020, at the very end of 2023, the Remastered 64 series started, which is basically remasters of previous... I think it was only retarded 64 episodes, besides like A Cake is a Lie, right? Yeah, they did Friday Spaghetteria. From what I believe I ranked it on here in the B tier. I think. Yeah. I actually liked the remastered version of Friday Spaghetteria. I thought it was way better than the original. I do not like the original at all. But I did like the remastered the remastered version. This one, on the other hand, Here's the thing. I don't really have a strong opinion on the original Who Let the Chomp Out. Why? I don't want my fucking profile picture. I want to go to my old list. I want to go to the old SMG4 list. So because I want to see where I rated Who Let the Chomp Out originally. I want to see that. And that's somewhere down here. All the way down here. Okay, yeah. No, that's 2022 videos. Okay, yeah, here. Okay. So where did I place the original Who Let the Chomp Out? Because this is kind of on the same level, but slightly worse because there was a lot of compromises that had to be made in order to avoid using copyrighted material. Because the song that plays during the Chomp running scene is Who Let the Dogs Out. So they have like a toe version here. Yeah, I'm not big on this. If I put the original indecent, I'm probably gonna throw this in the same tier. I need to see where I put the original first though. I'm gonna go back through and do separate year rankings for all of these, not on stream, obviously. But okay, I did put in decent, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the original Who Let the Chomp Out, and I think this one's slightly worse. Animation-wise, it's pretty good. It works. The problem is the jokes that got replaced, I just don't think are as good. I think that's a big problem. I think the pacing is less annoying, but at the same time, that's like the only plus I have besides the animation. It's like, I mean, it's not bad at all. But again, this is a video I don't really have attachment to anyway. So I can't really say it was like screwed up, but so much. It's Who Let the Chomp Out. It's a serviceable recreation of the original. It's just some of the replacement jokes are not as funny. And the removal of the song, although makes sense, I feel like they could have used like a different version that wasn't copyright, but also wasn't fucking Toads. And probably worked just as well. It's also a little jarring having SMG4 be voice acted in a video like this because he wasn't voice acted back in the days. It works perfectly fine in the newer videos. It just feels weird doing it with like an older video like this, unless this was like completely recreated from the ground up. But that's not really what this is. It's a remaster, so yeah. I'm not the hugest fan of it. But it's not bad. I just would never seek it out again. So yeah. That's going in B- tier, along with the original. I know it's probably a hot take, not really caring about the original, but I generally don't. And I went into detail about that when I did the ranking every SMG4 video stream back in 2022. But yeah. We're gonna move on from that. We'll be seeing more Remastered 64, I believe, on this list. Yep, we definitely will. It looks like we got 3 of them, actually. Okay. So move on from that. We got SMG4 news. I remember this one being pretty fun. Yeah, SMG4 and SG3 run like a news broadcast station and just talk about things happening in the universe. There's commercials and stuff in it. Meggy has her own section about sports. And then at the very end, I think... Oh, yeah, there was a black hole thing. And that's literally where it ends. There's not a whole lot that goes on here. It's just mostly just a bunch of moving from scene to scene with a bunch of jokes in it. And I think it's decently funny. But I'm not putting this one up super high either. I'm putting it in between the You Used to Be Cool and the Can of Beans episode. And I think that's fair. I don't really have too much else to say beyond that. It's a news thing. It had some funny moments, but I can't really recall them off the top of my head. Oh, actually, no, this joke was funny. This, with Depresso. I mean, it was a fucked up, too. Yeah, I forgot that was in this. Yeah, that was actually pretty funny. Canonically, Depresso, I guess, is a pedophile. So he can join the ranks of Starman 3. We'll be getting to him later, but yeah. Oh yeah, no. So it does have some decently funny moments. I'm still not putting it very high, but yeah, it's got some funny moments. I'll be honest. some of these earlier videos from this year have left my memory, mainly because I didn't react to them. I'm gonna be much more familiar with what's coming up. I'm just gonna say that right now. Not that I didn't watch these, I did, but you get the picture. All right, Trash Friends. I actually do remember this. It was a SMG4 and SMG3 centric episode. They got locked in a garbage dump, trying to look for SMG3's diary, because I think Mario stole it. Yeah, Mario did steal it. Oh yeah, and Karen's running the garbage dump too. 41, 67, 41. Welcome to stream, Cole. This was cool. It was just cool character dynamics between SMG4 and SMG3. Expanding on their relationship a bit. You have Bob in here too. Bob was also trying to steal it, I believe. And oh yeah, what was the plot? Something about SMG4 getting. I'm blanking a little bit. Yeah. The video. Okay, no, this was about Mario stealing a video or whatever. Yeah, that's right. Okay, it wasn't about the diary at all. It was about Mario stealing SMG4's video that he got from a snail called Michael Jordan or something like that. And then SMG3's coffee shop gets condemned at the very end. Yeah, it was just cool character dynamics between SMG4 and SMG3. I liked it a decent amount. I'd probably place it. I think the Riz one is funnier. But I think this one has better dynamics and stuff. So I'm not sure where I'd place it overall. I still don't think I'm placing it very high. I'm not sure though. These two might move up. We'll see. It depends on where this list goes. Oh yeah, I gotta take out the character tier list too. I forgot to do that. Okay, yeah. Take that out. Okay. I missed that the first time. Alright. Alright. This episode, the day my arm went psycho, it introduced Clench and Tari's new voice actor. There was a drama that happened in regards to this episode. Premise, Tari doing a job interview, can't do it. I remember this one like very vividly. And then her arm just starts talking and names itself Clench. And then just starts touching everything, causing havoc for Tari. I think it was a very fun video. And then she does the interview and does like a rap battle with Bob. And then goes to the zoo and then for the fucking gorilla just like falls in love with Mario for some fucking reason. Oh yeah, because Mario's doing his own hand thing, and yeah, this was fucking crazy. And then Tari finally stands up for herself at the very end. For an introduction video to Clench is a character that went absolutely nowhere, but I think it's a good introduction video and definitely introduced Tari's new voice actor well. But there was that drama surrounding it where her old voice actor got replaced and it was a whole big thing. That happened, god, that whole period fucking sucked. Like, there was the Chugga Conroy stuff. It was fucking nuts. But yeah, this video I think is actually A tier. I think this video is great. I think Clench and Tari's dynamics are very fun. I think they lead to a lot of fun, interesting moments. Tari's very expressive here. I will say Tari from like 2023 onwards has got like so much better. Because for a while she was just kind of like good, but not like as good as some of her earlier appearances. But then Western Spaghetti onward, she just like got really good. So yeah, I thought this video was a lot of fun. And then she like beats the shit out of Mario. Clunch beats the shit out of Mario and Maggie too. Yeah, it's a very fun video. I like it quite a bit. It's a shame it had to lead to drama, but that has nothing to do with the video itself. But yeah. But yeah, I enjoyed that video quite a lot. So that's definitely a definitive A tier. All right, now we move into my first ever video, unnecessarily. I want to bring this up too. I found this weird for 2024. SMG4 did. SMG4 went ahead and did this thing where, what did he do? Yeah, The Day My Arm Went Psycho was the last episode with the subtitle SMG4. The videos from this point forward dropped it entirely. Well, actually, no. It was the No TV Make Mario No Okie Dokie title. That one was the one that that was the last one that had it. But the rest, like Puzzle Vision onwards, they just got rid of the SMG4 subtitle in general. And that kind of made things a bit... The only series that really had it was like Remastered 64 from that point. And it like stayed gone for like the rest of the year, and it did not come back until like 8 months ago, which is this year. So yeah, I never understood that. I also never understood why they decided to like put the SMG4 and SMG3 doing random shenanigans and SMG4 crew videos into the main series. I found that weird too. And I don't think that really worked out, but it is what it is. Yeah, I wanted to address that because that's something I found weird. All right, this video. This was a double remaster. It was a remaster of A Cake Is a Lie, which, fun fact, there's actually been 2 of them. There was A Cake Is a Lie That Was a Lie, or whatever the fuck that video was called. And then there's this. Not only is it a remake of Cake Is a Lie, it's a remake of Mario Simulator as well. I think this one's better than the Who Let the Chomp Out one. And on virtue of that, it's probably... Where did I place the original Mario Simulator? That's gonna gauge where I place this one. I think it's on par, honestly. I think it's basically on the same level. There's a couple jokes I like better in the original, but the animation work and stuff, I think just works spectacularly. So wherever I place the original Mario Simulator is where this one is going to go. Is Mario Simulator one of those videos that didn't have a thumbnail? I'm pretty sure it did, though. So I'd imagine it'd have to be B tier then, because I'm not seeing it. I have nothing to say about the Cake Is a Lie portion. Cake Is a Lie, I'm pretty sure I have that video in the D tier. Okay, I put it in B tier, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna increase the A tier. This list was a lot harder to do in general because I was comparing, contrasting. I didn't want to fill the A tier with too much. But objectively speaking, I do think Mario Simulator is an A tier video, and I think this remaster is definitely A tier. I like the Clunch video better though, but yeah. And then Cake Is a Lie, I'm pretty sure I put that shit in like D tier. What a shocker, yeah. So I have nothing to say about the Cake Is a Lie portion. If you ever wonder why I never did reactions to Remastered 64, it's because these are all videos I'm very vividly familiar with, and they aren't that different to warrant me. The only content that would come out of this is just me, like, critiquing how it compares to the original, and that's not fun to do for a reaction. So my stipulation was if it was a video old enough to where a remaster would change it up enough for me to want to do it, but they never did any of the videos that would have warranted that. Again, I don't think they extended past like retarded 64, so yeah. Yeah, I'll up Mario Simulator to A tier whenever I redo the 2014 ranking, but I'm not doing that on this stream. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the jokes are very similar to original. Some of them are different. But yeah, it's basically the same video. And the original Mario Simulator is fantastic, so another A tier. Alright, we got no TV, make Mario, no okie dokie. This is where the power goes out. And then SMG3, without scrolling through, SMG3 and Bob try to catch lightning. For some fucking reason. Mario literally goes insane. And tries to, like... He actually goes crazy and tries to, like, steal SMG4's electricity from, like... in his body. Clench and Meggy have, like, a war trying to open the hatch to get to the basement. And then the basement has the TV where this is basically where the puzzle vision starts. This is a video that starts puzzle vision. This is the video just before we really get introduced to Mr. Puzzles. Yeah, this is a bunch of shenanigans, a lot of shit going haywire, but it's also very fun. Only other Clench appearance that's, like, of note, too. Also, the first one I reacted to, and in my reaction I gave it a 7 out of 10. I think it's on the higher end of 7 out of 10. I don't know if it quite goes up to an 8. I'm not sure. But it's definitely a very fun video. It's a good lead into Puzzle Vision, which there's a lot to say about Puzzle Vision. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. So it is either the top of B or somewhere in A. I don't want to fill the B tier, so I don't know. The next video coming up is very fun too. So I'm torn on that. What I place on this... Okay, I mean, yeah. Alright, I mean... I'll leave him B for now. That's pretty close to A. And then Puzzle Vision begins. Puzzle Vision, a lot of the Puzzle Vision episodes, especially early on, was TV parodies of shows and stuff. This one being Blue's Clues. Mario's Mysteries being Blue's Clues. This one was a lot of fun. It introduced us to Luigi the Meat Mallet, which I didn't really like that running on joke, but it's here. We get introduced to Mr. Puzzles here, which he has a very disturbing introduction. And it's just out of nowhere, too. This is great. And then, oh, I love the war segment, where fucking Luke green screens himself into the video. This part was great. This is the best part of this. You got Meggy the landmine, and then Shroomy with the meat. Yeah, and the entire time they're trying to look for like meatballs, try to get clues on who ate Mario's spaghetti, and in the end, it turns out Mario did. And the ending is just SMG4 beating the fuck out of Mario. Yeah, this is a very fun video too. Uh, it's and in my reaction, I gave it a 7 out of 10 as well. I think this one's better than the TV one. They're very close, in fairness, but yeah, that's what I'd say. For the first like main Puzzle Vision episode, it was a lot of fun. I quite enjoyed it. This next episode, though, Once Upon an SMG4 Disney movie parody type deal. This was just weird. SMG4 is like a witch, and then SMG3 is like a princess, and Mario is a fucking deer. Yeah, puzzles here too, trying to help SMG3. Luigi's a knight, and then he turns into fucking Mr. Beast or some shit. And then the villain song was cool. But no, this one's just... And then... this one's just fucking weird. This one is just weird. In my ranking, I also gave it a 7 out of 10, but... This one's just fucking odd. It's more memorable than the Bean one. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I'm probably moving that down to B-, but above the Who Let's Chomp Out. This one it was fucking weird. I'm probably throwing it there. It's not bad. It's just very weird. It did have some funny moments, but just what on earth? Definitely not as good as the Mario's Mysteries. I just thought it was very odd. Moving on from that, we have Scooby Mario, Where'd You Go? This one's way better. There's like controversy with this too, where people bitched about the creepypasta Luigi being named like Luigi.exe or whatever, which who gives a fuck. But no, the Scooby-Doo parody, this one's a lot of fun. It's got great character dynamics. It's got a lot of funny moments. I quite liked it. I don't have too much to say. They try to figure out something about Bob's Pizza Place. No, they try to figure out. They're trying to find where Bob went, and they think this Luigi creepypasta had something to do with him. And then they unmask him at the... Well, they try to unmask him at the end, and they just, like, rip his head off. And after doing that, they get thrown in jail, and as it turns out, Bob was just somewhere else. No, this one's a lot of fun. I think it's the best out of these so far. And in my reaction, I gave it a 7 out of 10. I bump it up to an 8 now. I bump it up to an 8. I think it's a lot of fun, genuinely. Probably the bottom of A tier. I don't know. Yeah, these parody videos are really cool. I thought the princess one was weird, but these parody videos for most part have been really cool. Yeah, I don't really have too much more to say about that one. It's just a fun cast video. How many players we got? 22? Okay. We had like, what, 7 people in here watching at some point? Alright, moving on. Mr. Puzzle's Incredible Game Show Spectacular. Now, in my reaction, I gave us an 8 out of 10. So that is definitely up here. This one was really fun. It was like a parody of game shows. What I found really cool is the ratio, the resolution, excuse me, is like 480p. Like the Gmod resolution here is like 480p. And I really like that detail, and also how Mr. Puzzle's like at some point, because Mario keeps winning the challenges and fucking everything up, he gets thrown like outside of it here. And then eventually he just destroys the entire fucking thing. And so Mario escapes because Mr. Puzzles kidnaps everyone, locks them in this weird TV dimension, and he throws Mario out because he's doing too well. This one's a lot of fun. It's got great character dynamics and jokes of all the characters. Wheel of Fortune. This one was really funny, where Meggy keeps losing, and as it turns out that Mario's rigging the entire fucking thing. And then Bob keeps taunting her, and then he gets the shit kicked out of him, too. Yeah, Mario is just, like, unintentionally just fucking everything up in Mr. Puzzle's ratings. That's the thing with Mr. Puzzles. He's trying desperately to get to 5 stars, and once he gets to 5 stars, he gets control of literally everyone. So, yeah. I really like this one. This one was, I think it was the best out of them. Yeah, I definitely there. Definitely there. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of fun. Yeah, and they did this whole rate us on a website thing, which I don't think that's still up, but yeah. Remember they did that with this Puzzle Vision thing too. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. And that brings us to the Puzzle Vision movie itself. Oh boy. I gave it a 9 out of 10 in the reaction. It is one of the few SMG4 movies I have not given a Pingas approve to. And I have a reason behind that. So I will go ahead and put it... Now, it's a 9 out of 10 still. So it still goes top of 8 here. Here's the thing with the Puzzle Vision movie. It's great. It's a good collection of more parodies and stuff. That's a lot of fun. We got SpongeBob here. We got... Meanwhile, while everyone's... Mario has to be the one to save everyone, because he's the one that got out of Mr. Puzzle's TV trap. The song was cool. The whole flipping through channels, trying to find the right one was cool. All the different parodies and stuff were cool as well. I like this one with the plushes. That one was great. This one where it's like a nature show parody. And then Meggy just gets the monkeys to beat the shit out of the narrator. Yeah, it's got a lot of great moments. And then at the end, he gets his 5 stars. And literally has control of the entire world. And then Mario, and of course Mario comes back and fucks everything up, and the only way to fix everything is for SMG4 to create a show that gets more ratings than Mr. Puzzle shows. There was this fake out with Luigi that obviously wasn't going to like be an actual character death, because that'd be crazy if they did that. But instead they did the meat mallet thing. What's holding this back from a Pingas approve for me is Mario, for the most part, is just kind of just doing whatever the fuck, and Mr. Puzzles is just like chasing him around. And only later on he finally realizes, oh, I need to save everyone. And then fucking, and then the meat mallet thing I don't really care for. I think it's weird that that was the climax here. Yeah, so that's what's keeping out of, that is what, but I cannot fucking talk. That is what is keeping Puzzle Vision out of the S tier. If it didn't have those flaws, I would definitely absolutely have it up there. But still, even though it is a little more flawed than some of the other movies that have come out, I definitely still think it's high quality, hence why it's in top of A tier for now. So yeah. Alright, moving on from that to SMG4 doesn't meme for 1 second. This one confused me on watch. I did react to this. I gave it a 7 out of 10. This one confused me because this was when SMG4 started doing the not labeling shit, so I didn't know. I wasn't. This looked like it variable could have been another one of those SMG4 crew videos, but it wasn't. It was main video. It was SMG4 memeing too much to the point where he like memes at the funeral of one of Boopkin's relatives. He just drives everyone crazy with this fish meme, and then he like they stage an intervention and he has to go like rehab or something to not meme anymore. And then eventually they need him to start memeing again. So yeah. It's a very simple episode. I don't really have too much else to say about it, because that's the extent of it. And I do think it's got some fun moments, and it's definitely got good character variety. But that's the extent of it. I do think the tonal lash between like where the video started and then just the random funeral scene out of nowhere, just, I found that just kind of like, what the fuck, when I watched it initially. But yeah, it's good. It's not very high. It's probably going above the You Used to Be Cool, and that's about it. I think that is a fair placement. Oh yeah, this video. I didn't react to this one. This Sumaru 64 poorly explained. I only watched this once. In theory, I should like this one a lot, because it primarily uses Mario 64 footage and character models and whatnot. That being said, the problem with this video for me is it feels like one of those 2014 videos. The kind I don't really care for. As a result, I would never seek this out. So that means it's either going B- or C tier. It's not awful. but it is a video I have not gone back to watch. Ugh. Yeah, it's going C tier. And that sucks to say. But it's just a bunch of random jokes that I don't think land super well. And that's just kind of it. That's all it is. I get what it's going for, but I don't really care for what it's going for, which is unfortunate because it does try to be an older video, but it's an older video. It's the type of older video I don't really care for. So it just doesn't really do anything for me. I'm sure it might for others, but I don't know. I don't know what the consensus of this one is. I just personally, it didn't really do anything for me, so I'm going to put it in C tier. It's not bad, it's just whatever. I mean, but between that and the Skibbity toilet video, because I threw that in C tier as well, I probably rewatched that one, because at least that one has more of a plot. Even though that plot is just like best friend Slenderman, but like worse and more retarded, but still. It at least gives me something to work with. Mario the Explorer, Dora parody here. I didn't really get much out of this one either. It was fine. It's probably above the can of beans one, but it's going B- as well. When they did this one, I assumed there was going to be more of these puzzle. It made me think that they were going to just have puzzle vision just be like a reoccurring thing, to where they will just randomly do these TV parodies just like whenever. And they did do more, but it was another section of the Puzzle Vision saga where they did more with. But yeah, this doesn't really do much. I did react to it, and I gave it a 7 out of 10. Yeah, like, it's... Yeah, if I put the T-Mobile video in, like, B- and the... If I put these in B-, then I absolutely have to put this, because this does absolutely nothing for me. So, yeah. It's close between this one and the Beans one in terms of which one I care about the least. They're around the same level. And that's all I have to say regarding them. Alright, SMG4 Simulator. I don't distinctly remember anything that stands out here. It was fun, though. It was like, there's been several of these simulator videos in the past. I think my favorite of them is the Bowser Princess kidnapping one. Fucking love that video. This one was a lot of fun. I think I don't think it's as good as Mario Simulator or the Princess kidnapping one, but I probably put it somewhere in the middle B tier, probably just below CEO Riz. Again, there's not anything that really stands out too much here. It's just another simulator video based around SMG4. Surprised it took this long to actually get one, but I like it. I don't really have too much to say about it. Mars plane trip. Oh yes, I know. I remember this one vividly. I didn't react to this either. I don't do another reaction until we must kill Mario, which is all the way up here. Mars plane trip. As before, Mario taking like a plane trip to like Disney World or Land or something. They get stuck on the plane. Yeah, the plane is not supposed to take off. And then they get stuck on it. And Swag and SMG4 have to drive, have to like steer it. Meanwhile, Karen's dealing with Mario, who's just being an absolute fucking man-child. And then at the very end, they make it over. I hate the Swag Sonic thing. That's only like a minor part of this. I think this one's very fun too. It's close to an A tier. I don't know if it fully goes up there. I'm not sure. Eh. Actually, I probably like the no TV one better. So I can go to middle B tier. I think that's fair. Yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think this one's a lot of Mario is annoying as shit, but I think it works for what this video is trying to do. Because it's funny just watching Karen just get like absolutely fucking pissed off. And then getting suckered into his bullshit for a bit until realizing, oh yeah, this motherfucker's a man-child. Who's just trying to get his way and needs some sense slapped into him. This can be cringe. There has been moments when this is cringe. I don't think this is that. But it was that in the How to Train Your Mario video. I didn't really like that one. But yeah. I did react to that one. I didn't post that one, however. I didn't like how my reaction turned out. That's why that one didn't go up. But yeah, here. Yeah, very fun. Very fun indeed. And obviously Swag is great as always. I always love when Swag and Chris show up. And SMG4 himself. Them just trying to figure out how to fly the plane. And all the shenanigans happens. Always Mario fucking shit up. Very good. Alright. I put Mario in danger for views. This also looks like it could be an SMG4 crew video, but it's not. Here, SMG4 basically becomes Mr. Beast and just has everyone do a bunch of challenges. There's the one where Meggy's supposed to go up against like thousands of Goombas, and I think this was Leggy's second appearance because I forgot. I think she first appeared in the house video because they were building the kitchen. There's a burning building challenge. Oh yeah, the bank robbery, which wasn't even in the fucking wasn't even in SB4 script, but it just Bob just like put it in there. I don't have a super high opinion on this one, but it does have fun moments. I would definitely watch it over like the meme one. And I think that's as high as it goes, I want to say. Yeah. I think that's fair placement. 2024 overall was a much more experimental year. It's not as consistent as 2023 or 2022 were, so it's a little harder to talk about. But I'm doing my best. All right, now moving on. Remastered 64, Mario's Road Trip. This is basically the same. I honestly, I don't really have a preference between either of them, because I'm not huge on either of them. I don't dislike the original by any means, but it's not like one of my favorite videos. I put it somewhere in B tier from what I remember. And I'm probably going to put this there too. Mars Road Trip is one of those videos that was like really big. But honestly, out of the trip videos, I like the train trip one the best out of those. I think that one was more fun. But the road trip one, I'm pretty sure I threw it in the B tier. It's probably on this lower end. I just need to verify. So I know where to put it. So I know where to stick it. It has a very iconic thumbnail, so I don't know why I'm missing it right now. Unless I did put it in A tier. I don't think I did though, but if I can see many others putting it in A tier, I just personally wouldn't. If I put it in B minus tier, that's not fair. I put it in B, okay. I don't agree with that. I'm gonna put it up to B tier. I'm at least gonna put it up to B tier. I'm not. B minus is a little harsh. But again, that was a completely different list. I don't love it, but I don't dislike it either. So I'm gonna put it square in the middle of B tier. I might start moving some of these up to A tier if you know, if B tier gets filled out too much. But yeah. I don't really know what to say about this. It's Boopkins is a GPS and he gets everyone lost. It's a Mario, SMG4, and Toad dynamic. There were quite a few of those in 2017. I just personally didn't really care for that many of them. Besides the road trip one. Not the road trip. Besides the train trip one. I really liked that. I thought road trip was cool enough. I didn't like boat trip at all. And Disney World, I can't even fucking remember anything about. Oh yeah, Steve was here too. They get a ride to Steve's farm. And then they finally go to Disney World. Bob's here. This was back when Bob was just like, notice me, that was his only character trait. I did not like him then. I didn't really like Boopkins here either. Well, I thought Boopkins was okay. I didn't dislike him. But yeah. Playing Road Trip B minus, it's harsh, so I'm gonna put it up to B now. I think that's fair. There are other videos from 2017 I'd put in B minus, but not that one. Alright. Meme Hunters. Meggy joins SMG4 on a meme hunt. And during this meme hunt, she gets squished and turned into Leggy. This is where Leggy is like introduced as like a proper character. And the rest of the video is SMG4 and Leggy going around capturing memes, running into SMG3, and they have like a Pokemon battle. And Mario has to go up against this ugly ass bootleg SMG4 plush. You know, the thing is, when I did like searches on Amazon and stuff for stuff I wanted for like Christmas or whatever, I would always see this fucking thing. No joke, I would always just fucking see this thing pop up. It's so cursed looking. It's like it's based off of the first redesign, but just looks so fucking weird. But yeah, this starts the Leggy arc. This is where Leggy starts to really appear. Now, as an episode, I really like it. It's A tier. I didn't react to it, but it's A tier. I think it's the bottom of A tier, but it's A tier. That said, I didn't really get Leggy when she first started appearing. I just found her just weird. And I didn't really understand what the point of her was. Now, having seen everything they've done with her, I understand it now. But this being her introduction, I just thought it was weird initially, but no, it's a very fun video. Leggy is one where it's either like people either like or dislike her. I'm kind of in the middle, leaning towards I'm fine with. So we will get, although I'll get to that when we do the character list. But yeah, fuck this bootleg plush, bro. Alright. Now we got SMG4 and the meme fact. This one's great. Another parody. Leggy substitutes the Oompa Loompas, and she's got a few songs here. And there's a lot of funny moments with her here. I think this is one of those where she's at her funniest. I just think this video is very fun. All the characters get sucked away one by one. I do think the dynamic here between SMG4 and her is weird, but I think the overall video itself is pretty damn great. So I'm putting that in A tier. I like it better than the Meme Hunters, and probably even the Scooby Mario, but not above the Game Show one. I think that is fair placement. Okay. Again, at this point, I wasn't reacting anymore. I was going to, but I decided to skip over it. But I did consider doing the reactions. I got so far behind. I had this, and this. So I wasn't sure. Well, I was going to do it. I remember I was going to do it. And then there was a reason why I couldn't do it. And then by the time I was able to do it, I also had to do the Mario gets stuck as a GIF in the Inside Out videos. So I was like, fuck it. I'll come back with We Must Kill Mario. So yeah, but the meme factor is very fun. And then you got the Despicable Mr. Puzzles, Despicable Me parody. This is what establishes the Puzzles and Leggy dynamic. I think this one's a lot of fun as well. SB4 is the villain here. Yeah, Puzzles like hates her and then learns to like be friendly with her over time. Is what this is going for. It's nothing crazy, but I do think it's a lot of fun. So I'm probably throwing this up to A tier as well. I had a lot of fun with this one. I think it's probably going just above the Scooby Mario one. And I think that is a fair placement. Alright. A Night at SB4's. Technically a longer episode, but it's not really a movie. Although it was kind of advertised as such. This one is fully puzzles and leggy dynamics. And then they fight off Luigi, SMG3, and SMG4. And then Maggie turns back to normal at the end of it. And it creates this kind of dilemma where she, like, is conflicted about how she feels about Mr. Puzzles, which is expanded upon later on. I don't love this. I think it works story-wise. I think it's a good setup for what comes later. But I'm going to throw it somewhere in the middle of B tier. If this was a movie, I'd say it would be the weakest of the movies, but it's not a movie, so I'm not going to treat it as such. It's heavily reliant on puzzles and leggy dynamics, which are charming, but that's kind of all this really has. It doesn't really do much else. It's more it sets up events for the future. And in that regard, I think it works, but I wouldn't say it's amazing. But it is good, though. Puzzles and leggy do have, like, a good dynamic going on. I just think it gets better. I think leggy gets better over time as a character. At first, she mainly just, like, screamed and was afraid of everything, and, like, later on she gets, like, kind of insane. And I like that more, but still, this episode I think is good enough. Alright. Mario gets stuck as a GIF. I'm trying to remember. I think I did react to this. Wait. I think I did, but I didn't post it. I think I did record it. Now, why I didn't post it, I have no idea. Probably because I was so far behind. I know I didn't record the Inside Out one. But I did record the GIF one. Mario gets stuck as a GIF. He quite literally just turns into a fucking GIF. It's kind of just your standard stupid Mario gets himself involved in dumb shit episode. And here Mario literally turns into a GIF. And then they have to find ways to, like, change him back to normal. I'll be honest, I don't remember too much about this one. I don't know why it's drawing a little bit more blanks than some of the others. But from what I remember, it was just another B tier. How I feel about this one is probably where I'd place it around the same tier as the meme one. I like the meme one a little bit more because this one is just kind of just your typical Mario. Mario does something stupid and then plot commences, and that's what this is. It works, but it's not a personal favorite. Now, I really like the Inside Out one. Now, the SMG4 Inside Out, unlike the Jeffy's Inside Out, that's another A tier. I quite like it. This one's a lot of fun. All of the characters being there. representing the different emotions. They're all SMG4. SMG4 is the person here. Bob is anger. Maggie, I think, is joy. Tari's sadness. I don't remember what Luigi is, and I don't remember what SMG3 is, but Leggy comes back. Mr. Puzzles just randomly, just out of nowhere, fucking. Oh yeah, I remember this. Like, Meggy just like makes SMG4 drink puzzle brand brain juice. Yeah, it's literally called Mr. Puzzle's special fucking Luigi Sphere. Okay, gotcha. I was thinking that. Who was SMG3 again? Fuck. Who was SMG3? And Mario was something too. Disgust. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, literally fucking makes him drink brain juice, and then he comes out of fucking nowhere and turns Meggy into Leggy. She gets kicked out of the tower. Meanwhile, Mario's just being a fucking retard, just like doing all kinds of bullshit. And then Leggy finds Mario. Then SMG4, all of the different emotions take control of SMG4, so he becomes like a fucking unhinged nutcase who like destroys his reputation. And then Leggy brings Mario back, and Mario saves everything. And then at the very end, Mr. Puzzles just turns Meggy back to normal. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. I think it's got great character dynamics. It's a great parody. Way better than the fucking Jeffy one. And also, this one doesn't revert back story like that one did. And then the excuse was like, oh, it's only going to be this episode, until it wasn't only that episode. So, yeah, I like it quite a bit. I think it's a lot of fun. It's close to beating the game show one. I'm not sure how close, though. All right. Remastered 6. I'm going to be honest. I don't. Remastered 64 is just kind of whatever. This one's the same as the original, basically. I like some of the jokes in the original better, but it's literally the same video. Wherever I place the original Super Mario Kart, I'm placing this. I place it in A tier, therefore this also goes A tier. It's literally the same video. I really like the original Super Mario Kart. So, therefore, I guess it goes just underneath Puzzle Vision. And obviously I didn't react to that. I did react to the original, but that was before I started scoring my reactions. But yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to say about these. There's nothing wrong with them at all. They work. They're good for what they are. That's kind of the thing. It's like they're on par with the originals, so like when it comes to remastering stuff, unless it's for like an anniversary, I feel like it's one of those things where you should remaster stuff if it's generally dated or wasn't executed the best, but this is one of those videos I'd argue was executed like exceptionally well the first time around, so I don't really see the reason to like do it again. I understand why they made it again, just like they did Freddy's Spaghetteria and all those. Well, that one did need to be remastered because the original of that sucks. But yeah, I like some of the jokes in the original better. But aside from that, it's basically the same thing. I don't have much to say. It's another remastered 64. All right, we must kill Mario. I did react to this. In my reaction, I gave it an 8 out of 10. I want to say, yeah, 8 out of 10. So we get Karen lore, learn that she was like a assassin, and so she gets called to like do a hit job on Mario because Mario is being framed for like, yeah, doing bombings and shit. Only to come and find out it's fucking Marty. Which, I don't know how you confuse Mario with a fucking cardboard cutout. That looks nothing like Mario. Like, it looks like Mario, but like he let himself go. Though I guess in universe Mario did let himself go anyway. SMG4 overhears the phone call and Karen drags him along to help him. SMG4 is in denial of Mario doing shit. As it turns out, Mario thought he was in a spaghetti worship club, only to realize that he got himself involved in a fucking evil scheme. Again, like a fucking idiot. The plot twist that the spaghetti sauce that Karen used at the beginning of the episode is the poison, so she has to run back and run into Marty, and then it's discovered that Mario literally abandoned him because they did get arrested at the end of War of the Fat Italians 2020. I completely forgot about that. And then there's a fight scene. I gave this an 8 out of 10 at the time. It's a 9 out of 10 now. I think it is probably... I don't know how I feel about it versus the original Stupid Mario Kart, but I definitely like it better than the remaster. So I think it goes right there. I think that's fair. Okay. Yeah, I think that one's really good. I also reacted to the Mario loses his mustache. This episode, I gave a 7 out of 10. Yeah, Mr. Puzzle steals Mario's mustache. And so he just goes around trying to find puzzles to give him his mustache back. And Mr. Puzzles disguises himself as like a fake Mario. Well, actually, no, he created the fake Mario and he gave the fake Mario Mario's real mustache. Yeah, Pedro is the fake Mario. And then they do a little competition at the end, and at the end, Mario gets his mustache back because he wins. It's very basic. I don't really know too much else to say about it. It's cool, but it is nothing more than that. I don't know. Probably there. Probably there. Probably there. Okay. All right, now we got Mr. Puzzle's lowest point. This is the one I get this and the next couple mixed up. Well, not the Puzzle Park one. I don't get that one mixed up. I get this mixed up though. Um. Oh yeah, this is the one where he like has to like he creates fucking brain rot bullshit to try to get famous, and then he just loses everything because everyone's like, "Oh wait, you're fucking cringe as shit." Yeah, what happens is he creates the brain rot bullshit, gets a bunch of kid fans, and then randomly decides to like actually make it story driven. This is obviously a shot at the SMG4 old SMG4 fan base because that's kind of what happened when the anime art came out. But yeah, um, it drives the story forward, but I don't think it really does a whole lot that really grabs me. So it's going squarely in the middle of the B tier. But I get what it was, I get what it was going for, and I think it works story wise. I just don't really, I don't know if it really does anything that really like stands out to me to really go any higher. So I think it's fair to put it squarely in the middle right there, and we can move on. All right, Mr. Puzzle's Clubhouse. This is where he like breaks into Disney. Well, no, he does a tour with Mickey, and then he betrays him at the end because Mickey gives him the entire thing, and he kills him, and he takes over everything. And then he goes and kidnaps Meggie and turns her into Leggy. Now this episode, I forgot to say, I gave Mr. Puzzle's lowest point a 7 out of 10. I also gave Puzzle's Clubhouse a 7 out of 10. I like this one slightly more than the other one, so I'll put it there. Hello, Luigi. Hello, Marvel. Welcome to stream. Doing the SMG4 2024 ranking, and then afterwards I'll be doing the SMG4 character ranking. I have the list here for that. And after I'm done with this stream altogether, I will be stream today. Yeah, well, I had to get this stream out of the way eventually. Because we're closing in on the end, and I'm doing the final SMG4 ranking stream on not December 27th, but just probably. I actually haven't gauged that at all. How the fuck is that gonna look? Oh, okay. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, I could do it within those days. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah. But that's then. This is now. But yeah, this one, it progresses story good, well enough. By the way, I will be live on the main channel after this because it stayed up to like 3 a.m. So, well, I didn't stay up to 3 a.m. I woke up at fucking 3 a.m. even though I went to bed at 11 and it was not supposed to wake up at 3 a.m. But I woke up at 3 a.m. So yeah, I will do a stream on the main account to keep myself awake, and then when I'm done, I will just crash. But yeah, this one progresses story well enough. That's kind of it. Okay, welcome Puzzle Park. I really like this one. This one's got great character dynamics. It's everyone going around. Leggy. This is when Leggy, I think, starts to become like a better character. She becomes kind of ominous and like kind of creepy. Just creepily, just like excited all the time. I kind of like that. So she drags all the characters here. And then they all do carnival games. Um, there was another episode with carnival games too. Part of the Waluigi arc, I remember. Everyone disappears one by one. And then SMG4, SMG3 realize this, and SMG3 gets swallowed by the clown head. So it's up to Mario and SMG4 to escape. And it leads us to this monstrosity, which leads us to War of the Fat Italians. Now this episode, I'm pretty sure I gave it an 8 out of 10. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I quite like this one. It's probably going just below or above the game show one. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I am thinking. But yeah, it's got great character dynamics. All the characters get screen time. It's a lot of fun. Very cool chase scene at the end. And then, of course, the very end where they confront puzzles. Yeah. And that brings us to War of the Fat Italians 2024. In my reaction, I gave this a 9 out of 10. I like this probably the best out of all the videos here, including the Puzzle Vision movie. Now, why does it not go higher? I don't know. Now, unlike the 2024 War of the Fat Italians, this is more of a traditional War of the Fat Italians where everyone does challenges. Mario and SG4 do challenges. Can't remember if there's other challenges too. Maybe other characters do challenges as well. I can't remember. No, I think it's just Mario and SG4, so it's basically the traditional style. Now, there are other characters involved in the challenges. And then at some point during one of the challenges, they divert their goal away from that to try to like bonk Meggy on Leggy on the head to turn her back into Meggy. And then when she turns back to Meggy, the rap battle starts. And then at the very end, as Puzzles is about to fucking destroy everything, Meggy goes into his subconscious and turns into Leggy, and Puzzles finally calms down. And then SG4 calls fucking police on him, and he gets locked in prison. And yeah. Main account stream eventually, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I quite like this one. Now, on the scale of Where the Fat Italians, I'm not sure where it would place exactly among the others. Maybe above 2019. Which I think in return would place it like just underneath. If I'm getting this right. 2015. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. It's typical War of the Fat Italians, but I don't think it really needs to be anything else, and it's got a great song as always. Good conclusion. Again, this is a this section is when I think Puzzles and Leggy start to pick up, and I like, and I think this was a good conclusion to that. So yeah, I like this War of Fat Italians a lot. Where the Fat Italians works best when it's Mario and SMG4 doing challenges. And that's what this is. And it's got a story element, but it's not like the only thing about it. And it doesn't like change the formula up too much. So I think it works very, very well as a result. And that's why I'm rating it above the Puzzle Vision movie, because I just had more fun with this overall. But they're both very close. So yeah. This might end up being the first list without a S tier. I don't know. I could be wrong about that though. Well, actually, in fairness, I don't think I gave 20. Did I give 20? No, I did give 2014 S tiers. But those are based on nostalgia. In any case. The retirement of SMG3 was a fucking weird video. I do remember this one. This, I'm pretty sure, was an episode that was based off of an idea. Yeah, the come up with an idea for an episode. It was the episode they came up with here. This is it. So it's SMG3 gets zapped and turns old. Has to go to a retirement home. And a whole bunch of weird-ass, crazy-ass shit happens as a result. He tries to escape with the old man. Wheeler's here. And I think SMG4 busts him out. Old man tries to protect SMG3 and then he gets caught. Yeah, this one was just fucking weird as shit. Granted, it was a result of what they came up with in one of the side videos. So I don't know what I was really expecting. It's certainly got its charm. Low-key, I'd probably watch it over these. But yeah, very odd one, to say the least. Very odd indeed. Alright. Another remastered 64. Return of Freddy Spaghetteria is probably my favorite of the Spaghetteria videos. I hate the first one. But I'm numb to it because I've seen it a million times, because for a while that's all people used to react to in regards to SMG4 was just that fucking video over and over. So yeah, I hate the first one. I like this one, and I like the third one. They never remade the third one. They did do this one, and this was my favorite of the three. I don't think the remake is as good. I think the jokes just hit way harder in the original. $67. What are these numbers, bro? The fuck do they mean? Alright. Yeah, it's not a butcher of the original. It still works. I just think the jokes in the original are a lot funnier. So I'm willing to bump this down the B tier as a result. But I'll still put it on the higher end of it, because I still really like this video. The original version of this, I think, was fucking great. Was it that one that was my favorite Spaghetteria video, or was it the what's it called? 2018 one. The Ultimate Custom Spaghetteria. I can't remember which one of the two was my favorite. It was the custom spaghetti. That's what I thought. Yeah, I like the custom spaghetteria better than all the main spaghetteria videos, but this was my favorite of the main ones. And from the looks of it, I didn't put this higher than B. No, I'd have this higher than B tier. But I'm putting the remaster in B tier. It's good enough, but the original's still funnier. That's the thing with the remasters too, is they have to censor stuff for TOS. They have to change jokes because of copyright. And that doesn't bother me with normal videos, but when you do the remasters, especially when they're exactly like the originals, kind of just ruins the purpose. There's another remaster that has this exact same issue that took out one of the funniest jokes, but that's this year. That's not 2024. It's this video right here. Those who have seen this video know what this video, both the original and the remaster, know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so yeah, that's kind of my gripe with the remasters, is because of that, you don't really get the same experience. I imagine for those that didn't see the originals, they're perfectly good. But as someone who's seen the originals a million times, it throws you off. Again, I think remasters work better when it's like trying to update something that's generally outdated. I didn't find episodes like this outdated at all. Outdated, I think stuff more like, what was that one? The Land That Never Was, shit like that. That's like nothing. Or just videos that could have been good but just weren't executed super well. Plenty of those too. But yeah. Yeah, I like the original Return to Freddy's Spaghetteria. It's my favorite of the original trilogy, but that's about it. Mario gets stuck in traffic. Oh yeah, Mario and Luigi get stuck in traffic. And then this one was weird. Turns out they were stuck in some fucking time loop. So Mario, SMG4, and SMG3 just walk around as chaos is going on, and then everyone fights to the death. And then Boopkins figures out, because he watched a bunch of anime, that they're trapped in a loop. And of course, they were trapped in a loop by fucking Marty. This fucking cardboard piece of shit. This is the one where they like fucking, yeah, they literally blow him up, yeah. This one's a borderline A tier. I don't think it quite makes it. Yeah, I think it goes squarely in the middle of the top row of B tier. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of chaos too. And I did not react to this one. I was going to, but my next reaction. Oh, and that's right. I was gonna react to the retirement episode too, but I skipped over that as well. All right. PC virus. Not to be confused with that one video where Mario fucking gives SMG4's PC a virus because he wants to be a jackass. I literally don't remember what led up to that, but that's all I remember about that video. I think it was Bloopception. You asked me before creating a video. Oh, I remember this. He installs like a fucking. He gets all these annoying pop-ups and then downloads a Mario buddy who just fucks all of his shit up. And then he throws them in the trash, and then he frees Bonsai Buddy who fucks up the PC. So as before, it goes to the military. The fucking. There's also the Luigi antivirus that gets fucking obliterated. And then the guards send in their own antiviruses that, like, kill all the Mario buddies and stuff. And then Bonsai Buddy transforms and, like, wipes SMG4's entire PC. And says, like, oh, I'll restore everything, but you need to change all of your video to me, basically. And he's like, well, fuck that. It's a ridiculous video, but I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's a lot of fun. I'm thinking just underneath. Actually, yeah, just underneath Mario's Mysteries. I think that is a fair placement. Alright, Mario teaches parenting. I actually don't remember this one off the top of my head. What happened in this one? Yeah, Karen's kids misbehaving. Okay, I remember this one now. Okay. Karen's kids misbehaving. She has Mario babysit him, basically, and try to teach him stuff. And she gets annoyed at everything they do. And then later is just like, alright, Mario. Oh, that's right. This is the it has the Minecraft portion. And then they start bonding, and then Mario revives the spaghetti monster for some fucking reason. Uh yeah, this one's pretty cool, pretty wholesome. I don't think I'm gonna put it super high, but I think it's very good. I think probably just above the retirement episode. I think that's fair placement. I remember that one on first glance, but Luigi doesn't need Mario. I was going to react to this one. I didn't. Why? Don't fucking ask me. I don't know. Oh yeah, Mario puts himself in a coma, so Luigi becomes the star of everything for a bit. And Luigi needs yeah, and then he needs to stop Bowser, and then he needs Mario. So Mario comes back, and then I remember this scene, which was based off Brothership. Yeah, I still not played that yet. Um, it's cool. So It's cool. It's a Luigi episode. I like Luigi. Luigi's gaming. Um, it's cool that he gets a starring role for a change. I like that a lot. But it's not a lot sticks out. So Ideal Alone is moving it a bit higher than I probably would have it. I mean, I'd still have it up on this level, but execution, it doesn't really fully maximize its potential, at least to me. So I'm going to put it. It's either above or below the plane episode. I'm leaning towards below it. And I think that's fair. Alright, the next episode, Mars bike trip. I did react to this, and I did react to the final episode, too. This episode, I gave an 8 out of 10. This one was fun. Bike race. So you had Tari, SMG4, and Luigi on the team, and then Boopkins, Meggy, and Mario on a team. Mario doesn't know how to ride a fucking bike, so Meggy has to teach him. And he just can't fucking do it. Yeah, he just can't fucking do it. So eventually she just has to like carry him. And then randomly Boopkins gets a bell stuck in his throat, so he can't talk for the rest of the episode. Slenderman reappears, and Slenderman is a gaming. I always enjoy when he shows up, and I'm glad he continued showing up past his debut episode. Just become like a reoccurring thing. It doesn't show up too often, but whenever it does, it was always cool. Whenever he does, it was always cool. Yeah, I thought this video was very fun. And then yeah, Slenderman causes havoc, even though he's not trying to. And then they get to the very end and they have to fight each other, and Meggy passes out from exhaustion, and then Mario has to like handle it on his own. And he knocks Luigi out, and in the end Mario's team wins. And all they get for it is a fucking bell, which technically you can use that to turn into Cat Mario or whatever. And then after before it gets jump scared by Slenderman at the end. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. Very simple. A bunch of characters doing a race, 2 teams, mainly based off of the dynamics, and it brings back Slenderman, a character who doesn't show up too often. He has a voice here. I thought that was weird, but besides that, I thought this was really cool. I thought this was a really fun episode. And what's going to be rounding out the A tier is the final video. Wow, we're already here. Only been going for just over 2 hours. I don't actually remember how long the we picked up a sub during the stream. That's cool. Okay. So slightly less time than the last one. Yeah. We end off with the Christmas special. Christmas special 2024. Now, Christmas specials, usually very good. There's only a couple I don't like. Like, it's usually very difficult to fuck those up. And I think the only ones that I generally didn't really care for is, what's it fucking called? The 2014 one. I hate that one. That one sucks. But yeah, Christmas specials. My favorite of them is the Xmas Discovery, which is one of my favorite SMB videos, SMB4 videos, period. Followed by Christmas Crazies. I love that one. 2016's Naughty or Nice is cool as well. 2018's is also very great. The most important thing. Mario Alone is underrated. That one's great. The 2021, that one's okay. That one's decent. 2021, the one where Mario has to be Santa, that one's cool. All Mario needs to do is behave. That's one of the weaker ones. And 2023's was also it was cool. It was fine. In my reaction for 2024, I gave it a 9 out of 10. I really like this one. It's Tari focus. Tari has to go around doing favors for everyone while at the same time she's supposed to be getting gifts. So yeah, she has to juggle a bunch of stuff and gets overwhelmed by it all. There's a lot of fun moments where she Mario with his ancient spaghetti. She has to like clean up Mario's house. Then help SMG4 with a merch thing. Then help Bob with a robbery. And then gets caught in a heist. Then has to do karaoke with Meggy and Psycho. And that's when she like flips out, and then she goes to like try to go to the store to get all the gifts, isn't able to. It has a very wholesome ending. Christmas specials usually always had wholesome endings, besides the earlier ones. And in the end, it's a story that SMG3 was telling, which I believe there was like the 2021 also ended in a similar fashion to that. But yeah, it's Tari centric. A lot of great character variety, a lot of fun moments, and a wholesome ending. Like, really all you could ask for. So, why am I moving this? I'm not moving this up. Where the fuck did I place it? Okay, here it is, yeah. Hmm. This one's tough. I don't think there's ever been a occurrence where I've placed like a regular episode above a movie. At least in one of these like year specific tier lists, that is. Because obviously I did that on the broader list, but not in the main list. I don't think I ever did that. I think I'm going to do that here because I think this is better than Puzzle Vision. And it's very simple. It's a very simple idea. It's just Tari running around trying to do favors and then getting caught up, getting just so freaked out by everything and realizing she missed the deadline, and everyone makes it up to her in the end. yeah, it's a wholesome Christmas special. Like that's what these are supposed to be. These are the types of Christmas specials I really like, and I think it is very, very good. As for where it stacks up compared to the others, I don't know. That I'm unsure about. I think hmm, I think I'd say it's probably just under the most important thing. Wherever I put that, okay, it was borderline S tier. Yeah. I think it's underneath that one, but probably above the rest. At least that's what I think. That being said, um before I want to make a couple adjustments. Let me count first. How many did we have for 2020? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 11. 1, 2, 13. I mean, that's not a crazy amount more. Okay, this is supposed to be at the bottom. Um, I'm moving at least one of these down. I don't feel like it. It doesn't feel like. Also, actually, you got to keep in mind there were two S tiers in 2023. There are no S tiers this time around. So if you add all this together, it'd be 13. Actually, yeah, yeah, I kind of have to do this. Using my requirements, A tier being like 9.9 through 8.5. Yeah, I that's kind of how it has to be done. Um, and I'm going to move this episode, the news one, down to the B minus, and that will equal 4. Yeah, okay. I'm going to leave the rest of A tier the same, which leaves us with 5, 10, 11, which is the same amount tier. But again, this has 2 additional in S tier, so that's 13. My ranking shit can be confusing sometimes. But going based off my requirements, I think it should look like this. Yeah. This is how it should look. So, that being said, that is my SMG4 2024 ranking. to compare it to, let me pull up both 2023 and 2022. I was about to say, did it fucking sign me out again? Yes. God dang it, it signed me out again. Ugh. Give me a sec. I do not want to show this on stream. It's supposed to keep me signed in. But it's just not doing that recently. Don't know what that's about. But I am signed in. Okay. Yeah, it's 2022. I don't believe... I talked about this before, but I actually did do a 2020... not 2011, what the fuck? I was not making videos 2011. I did do a 2021 ranking video, but I never posted it. And that's why I decided to do the ranking all SMG4 videos stream the first time around, and then I did the yearly stuff later. Okay. Yeah, how did 2022 look? Just as a reference point. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 plus 5, that's 12, 13. And we only had that one S tier. Looking at this list now, I would probably put the SMG4 gets sued in the A tier, but I think, and maybe the Splatoon one too, but I don't think I'd change anything else about that. No, I don't think I would. And here, if you look at B minus too, we got 6 in there, and C and mediocre, and then 1 in bad. And we didn't have any bads this time around. And we only have 4 in decent and 1 in mediocre. Yeah, so, I mean. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'll go back through and do all of these rankings again on my own time. I'm probably not going to do that on stream, and definitely not going to be this stream, that's for sure. Okay. But no. So, SMG4 2024, final thoughts. 2024 was an interesting year. We saw changes in 2023 with like the arcs as a whole kind of just like disappearing, and instead they're just being like sagas every now and again. We saw it with It's Got a Perfect first, and then with Western Spaghetti, and then the War of the Fat Italians 2023, the Notebook thing. And then we saw that continue this year, but it got even bigger with Puzzle Vision. We saw title shift. We saw like other bizarre things like bunching non-main series episodes into the main series. Making things very confusing. There's a lot of great stuff. I will say, in comparison to some of the other years, 2022 had more low moments. I don't think 2024 had many at all. I think 2024's problem is that 2024 just doesn't really like go super high. made like that when the previous videos established that the crew videos were canon. Oh, okay. Well, I still think that's just for marketing purposes. I still think that's odd, but if that's the reason given, then fair enough. But now, I think 2023 had much higher highs. Not that 2024 didn't. So I think of the 2 years, I think 2023 is the better year, but there are really no lows here. Even the C tier video isn't even bad. It's just a video I don't really care for. 2022 legit had a video that I couldn't even finish watching. That's how much I didn't like it. So it was just a weird year, and I didn't enjoy the Puzzle Vision story quite as much as what came before. I did like portions of it more than others, but it did feel like it ran on long at times. And yeah, it's also remastered 64. I liked it as a concept. But once it started like becoming a frequent thing, I it kind of lost me. I get what it was trying to be, but it didn't really. I didn't really see the point of it because all the videos that were remastered were videos that really didn't need it. The main motivation that can really be used is it's remastering the most popular should therefore lead to those videos getting a lot more views as a result, just like the originals, but it's not entirely how that works. But in theory, that's how you think it would. But um, I think the Mario Simulator and Freddy Spaghetteria ones were the only videos that like actually did it well enough to where they were at least on par. But all the others, take it or leave it. I don't really think they offered much at all. So when they vanish after the TF2 episode, I can't really say I missed them. I'm glad he didn't milk it though, or try to do this thing where, like SML did, where he was like gonna remake all of his old videos, and the remakes he did put out mostly sucked. These don't suck; they're just whatever. They're inessential, but they're not bad watches by any means. But again, 2024 did have its highlights. It just overall, it is what it is. I don't really know what else to say about it. It was very ambitious. It was very experimental. But what it did with that ambition and experimentation, I don't think reached the levels that it could have, and especially compared to like a lot of the previous years. But again, that's fine. It didn't really have to. And even though we're not gonna get to 2025 yet, 2025 does what 2024 did and pulls it off. That's how I would describe 2025. Again, it's not over yet, but we're getting close, and that's how I would describe it. Just based off of everything we've gotten thus far. but we're not going to jump ahead of ourselves. Now, where would 2024 score in the overall ranking of years? It would be under 2023. Hmm. That'll mean so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're not jumping ahead. We're not jumping ahead. We're not there yet. We still got, what is it, 52 days or something? I'm keeping track of that. Yeah. We still got time. We still got time. Don't have to throw in the towel yet. But yeah. I pulled up a what is it? A year ranking last time. Let me see if I can pull that up again. Um Unfortunately this one only goes up to 2024. It does not include, well, yeah, that makes sense. We're not even at the end of fucking, so I'm not even gonna do that. Okay. Make all the normal tiers like I usually do. And then get rid of everything else, and we'll do this real fast so we can find out where 2025. Not 25. We're not there yet. Oh fuck. Tiredness is starting to hit me a little bit. Not entirely. I'm still doing it. Stop it. I'm trying not to. Okay. Okay, back to the game. As Mother Bear said. Okay. So, 2011. It's based off of what I remember here. 2011 is it's got enough bad to go in the decent, I think. 2012 is a definitive A tier. 2013 is also a definitive A tier. I think it out edges. I don't think it out edges 2012 because there are some episodes in the latter half I don't really care about. 2014, that's C tier. Don't even need to elaborate on that. 2015. Ooh, that one's tough. The thing with 2015, it's got trash in it, but not nearly as much as 2014. But it's also got some fucking S tier shit. So that's actually really tough. 2016 is the best year. Fight me on that. I don't think anyone will, but yeah. 2017. Ugh. 2017. I want to love it more than I do because I love that second half, not so much the first half. But I think the very best of 2017 out edges 2015. And also, I don't think it had any as much outright bad shit as 2015 did, so I think it out edges. 2018, that's another S tier. That year's fucking amazing. 2019, that's the anime arc mostly carries. That's the dilemma with 2019. It's toss up between that and 2017 for me. 2020 is a B tier. It's good. It's not amazing. It's carried by Maggie's Destiny. That's the best thing to come out of it. 2021, it's also good. It's not amazing either. I'm not sure which one I enjoy more. 2022, that's an A tier. That, it does have some bad stuff in it, but not a whole lot. 2023 is above 2022. Nah, it goes above 2019 as well. Actually, I'm probably moving 2023 to number 3. Now that I'm really thinking about it. Yeah. And then 2024, we will place that. This is not a final ranking. It's just to get a general idea of where this would go. It goes just about 2022. I'm not putting it above 2019. I think that's fair placement. Yeah. There we go. I think that works. I think that works. All right. I am going to save this. Yeah, I'm going to save this. Let me look over it one more time. Just make sure I got everything finalized. Make sure nothing got messed up while I was rearranging stuff. I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm fine with this, yeah. The only other thing is I might have considered moving this down to B minus, but I think this can stay. I think it's a threshold for the B tier. It's like anything below that is B minus. And I think that works. I think that works. No D tiers this time around. No S tiers as well. So I think it falls squarely in the middle. But again, I need to redo the rankings on my own time of the other years to really see where everything falls. But this is what we got. So I'm happy with how this turned out. And I'm going to go ahead and save it. Where's the fucking save button? Okay. Official Ingasmon ranking. $39 playbacks. All right. I don't think I'm going to download the image. Well, fuck it, I'll download it. Why not? Why not? Why not? All right, let me save it. And there we are. That's the official 2024 ranking. pretty good. For being the second to last year, it's keeps up the momentum well. I think 2023 still is better overall, but I don't think 2024 slouches much. It's still really good. So, now that we got 2024 out of the way, let's go ahead and do the character ranking. I have to fix the tiers because I haven't S approved. I think I'm missing a word there. Yeah. All right. Now, with this list, I tried to include as many of the important characters as I could. I also threw in a few shitposting ones just to be funny. But yeah, I tried to get as many of the major characters as I could from across the entire series. I used the wiki as the basis for these characters. To try to get all the major ones in. I made this list a while ago, actually. I was going to start, and a lot of people have, like, used it within that time. I only recently updated it. The last time I updated messed with it, I believe the last character I added would have been, like, Depresso. So I added Marty, Clinch, Mr. Puzzles, Leggy, Mr. Weapons, and Toomph. I just realized I forgot to add the fucking Box Club leader. It's the one character I forgot to add. You know, I don't care enough. But I think I got all the other major ones. I tried not to go for, like, one take because there's not the most important character. How could you? I tried not to add very many one take characters. Like, I didn't add, like, John Gayhem and fucking crazy Asian guy or whoever the fuck. Or the monster or fucking... They had to at least had some kind of importance in certain amount of appearances in order to be considered for this list. It's in chronological order of the character's first appearance in the series. So Mario would chronologically be the first, although technically it would be Peach. Well, actually, no, it'd still be Mario because of the text, but it's Mario, Peach, Lakitu, and then Toad. I might consider uploading this as a video onto the channel after the fact. Probably won't do much editing though, but we'll see. But yeah. How long would it even take me to add this fucking... I'm glad I still had the template I used for this fucking list. Otherwise I'd be fucked. All I have to do is just download the image of a boot up Photoshop and recreate it create it real fast. That's literally it. Hello, Salantir. Welcome to stream. I'm moving on from the SMG4 2024 ranking to the character ranking. And then after I get done with this stream, I will be live on the main account because I stayed up because I woke up at like 3 a.m. and only got like fucking 4 hours of sleep. So I'm gonna try to force myself to stay awake. And I got things to talk about on there anyway. But yeah. Alright, let me fucking make this image for the box club leader real fast. The only motherfucker I forgot. I'm doing all this, and I already know I'm throwing this character in the fucking C or D tier. But I gotta do it anyway. Why? Because fuck me, that's why. Box club. Let me add him in real fast. Alright. Since when the fuck did he appear? It was before SMG. No, it'd be right after SMG 1 and 2. Yeah. Alright. That works. Alright. So. This is the list. This has I added the fucking box club, dude. This is everything. It's again, it's every character I think that has had enough appearances to be in consideration. And there are some shitter posts too, just for fun. If there are any characters you think I'm missing, it's probably because I didn't think I consider them important enough to put on here. And it was not easy because, like, especially back in the day, there are a lot of characters that just, like, you don't even remember, but then you look at them and realize they appeared in, like, 5 different videos. I try to get all the ones I think matter and the ones I'd actually be able to give opinions on. So, this is what I ended up with, which is a good 188. Not 188. What the fuck am I talking about? 118. Now, there is a different list I could use if I really wanted to. The problem is, like, I think Nostalgic updated his list recently. But that's like 200 characters. And I don't want to sift through all of that. Yeah, here it is. It's fucking 200 something characters. I don't have I don't have a bunch of shit to say about all of these, so I'm not going to bother. But here's his list. I'm sure he'll do something with that before he leaves. But no, I'm using my list. I made it months ago. Updated it within the last week or so. This is what we're going to be using. So yeah. I might put this up as a segment on the channel. We'll see. But yeah, let me get one more sip, and then we'll get started. Alright, so the SMG4 character ranking, beginning with Mario. Appearing all the way back in The Cake is a Lie. Mario as a whole, I think he's always consistently been in the A tier, but he has had some really bad appearances. And it's those really bad appearances that are kind of keeping him out of the S. He's very close, but I think 2014 especially, I didn't like his appearances as much. But for the most part, he's fucking hilarious in most of the videos, and I really like what they did with his character. Like, from 2017 onwards, he actually became more of a character. Kind of like how he was in the old days. Because in the old days, he wasn't reliant on his stupidity. He, like, was like a proper character. He was cool. But then 2014, he just became like a jerk and kind of just an idiot exclusively. Then he got more of a heart in 2017, and again, he hasn't always been super consistent, but I think he's a definitive A tier, and that is where I will keep him. So, Mario starts out the list in the A category. I don't even think I need to tell you where Peach is gonna go. There was a very brief period where Peach was like a decent character. And it was in like, what, 2015 to 2018 maybe? And that is it. She's whatever in the classic videos. She sucks in 2014. And she sucks in 2019 onwards. She is just one of the worst. One of the worst. Just bottom of the barrel. All she does is just bitch at Mario and the other characters all day long. That is it. I felt absolutely nothing when she, like, disappeared and fell down in the where her castle got sucked into the fucking cave or whatever. And then she went insane. She is one of those characters I do not miss one bit. And could have cared less if she ever appeared again. Again, very brief period where she was tolerable. And it was not very long. So, yeah. We get someone who rounds out the A tier and someone who rounds out the trash tier. Yeah, just, I don't know what else you want me to say. She fucking sucks. Alright. Lakitu. A lot of people hate him. I think he's okay. Now, most of the time, his character is just bitching about Mario fucking shit up and not doing what he wants him to. That being said, Mario does it, like, purposely, so I don't really blame him for that. He didn't stay. He did get a few appearances later on. Not very many. He was mostly there for 2011 and 2012. And I don't really have a problem with him. I know other people do hate him. I've never felt like that. I think he's fine. He's the cameraman. He puts up with Mario's bullshit. And he can be a jerk a lot of the time. But then you remember he's also putting up with Mario 24/7, so kind of makes sense. And the fact that he didn't stick around, I can't really see what's so hateable about him, since he didn't last really. So he's fine. Way better than Peach. He's fine. If I had to pick between him or Peach coming back, I'd probably pick him. Before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and bring back the wiki, because I'm gonna need to look up some of these fucking characters I remember nothing about. Just remember what they do. Okay. Back to it. Okay. Alright, moving on from Lakitu, we got Toad. Toad was one of the best characters early on. He went to shit for a period. And then he got good again for a bit, and then he just kind of, like, vanished for a while. He appeared every so often from like 2022 onwards. Not very. Actually, 2021 onwards, now I'm thinking about it. Not a whole lot. He's another A tier because I think he's really funny in the early videos like President Toe Washington and Fungus Among Us and stuff. I think he's got a lot of hilarious moments just like Mario does. And when his character got fixed, it got better. I don't think he ever had moments as funny as those early videos again. But he still had a lot of great ones, so I think he still earns the A tier. By the end, he was just kind of like, he kind of reverted back to what his role was originally, where he was just standing around in the castle, interacting with Mario and co. Whenever there were videos taking place in the castle. But yeah. Now, Toad at his worst was worse than Mario at his worst. So I'm not putting him above Mario because of that. But still. Another great character. I really like Toad in those classic videos. He's like Squidward. Just has to put up with Mario's bullshit. And whenever he gets punished, it is fair because like he does go overboard and do crazy shit, and he earns most of the shit he gets. So yeah, that's what I have to say about Toad. Would be higher, or probably above Mario if it wasn't for that one period where he sucked. But Yoshi, Yoshi, fucking. Yoshi's such a nothing character. Yoshi in the beginning was literally just like a jerk. Is like he just fucked with Mario and co for like no reason at all. That one video where he stole his wallet and then just gave it back to him for no reason at all. And then he got really bad in 2014. He just got like really obnoxious. He picked up a bit in 2016 and 17. And then he became the tax fraud joke. And that was all you saw of him afterwards, and that was just whatever. He's from the period of 2015 to like what 2017, he was decent, maybe borderline good, but everything before and after, fucking no. He's borderline bad tier, honestly. He's not a good character. He is not a good character at all. He's a fucking, in those early videos especially, he's a fucking jerk. Ugh. But it is what it is. Alright. I don't have too much else to say about him beyond that. Bowser. Bowser's fucking hilarious. I love Bowser. Bowser wasn't as funny in the older videos, but he was more of a proper villain in those. I hated his swag shit. I thought it was funny at first, but then it just got old. But from 2015 onwards, I think he became one of the funniest characters. And he didn't appear very often towards the later years, but whenever he did, he was always a fucking blast. And I always think he was consistently funnier than Mario, so I think he does not get S tier because of the swag shit, but he more than earns A tier. He was fucking great. Always has been. Fucking. I wish they did use him more than they do. Did, yeah. I don't know. Hopefully he shows up in some of the final videos. Because he's always been a fucking great character. Luigi! I do not like Luigi in the classic videos, really. His entire character was being the punching bag is like, oh, he's gay, and then Luigi gets mad, and that's it. That said, after 2014, S tier. S tier after 2014. He becomes more like normal Luigi. He still has traits from his older self. He still was a punching bag in a lot of ways, but it wasn't to the extent he was in the old videos. I remember one of his first appearances was literally just he wanted to get revenge on Mario for no fucking reason at all. Yeah, I didn't like Luigi in the 2011 videos and shit. He he got way better from 2015 onwards. So he's our first S tier. It makes sense because Luigi #1. House 50 Network over here. Where else would the Green Thunder go? But no. He's not going to end up very high in the S tier because of the fact that I don't like where he started, but I liked him towards the end. Absolutely. He was always the voice of reason. He was always the guy trying to help people out. Had a lot of fun moments, a lot of funny moments. And yeah, completely different compared to where he started out as. So, um, yeah, easy S tier. Easy S tier. Master Hand. I fucking forget what his first appearance is. I need to. Is it the Polygon video or whatever? Most people only know him from like the Waluigi arc. Flashbacks. Oh, my fucking bad. Yeah, he was in the Polygon video too. And then he like vanished until he returned in Stupid Smash Bros. Uh, he was cool in the Waluigi arc. I don't give a fuck about his early appearances, but he was cool in the Waluigi arc. Um, he's just kind of the guy, the ringleader of Smash. And he like got really annoyed and pissed with Waluigi. He got mind controlled by him too for a period. Yeah. But he's not really much of any character beyond that. And he stopped appearing after a while. Yeah, his last appearance was in Meme Games 2022. For a period, he was appearing a lot. He was cool. Not amazing by any stretch, but he was cool enough. iRock, they had a lot of appearances in like the early. I say a lot, but clearly they only have fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, fucking 4 until you get to Two Hands One Job. If we were going just based off of like their early stuff, they'd be B minus. But Two Hands One Job is one of the most boring videos I've ever watched, so they get bottom of C tier. Ugh. They're nothing. You could slot them in for any other duo character, and that video would not change at all. They have no personalities. They're just the guardians of the Power Stars or whatever. In what's this? Shifting Sandland. That is literally it. They have no purpose outside of that. And I did not like them in their major appearance. They're fine in all of the others, but being fine means you don't get much higher than B minus. So yeah, I rock, nothing to say about you. Same with Merlin. Merlin was fine. He only appeared in like Painful Day in Paper World, Ouija, Disease, Peach of Soul Love, which was Starman's first appearance. Oh, and he was in the swap, where he made Mario and SMG4 switch bodies. His only real role, there's like no information about him here. He'd only really he'd show up like a handful of times. He mainly did like spells and shit. He was fine. He's gonna end up on a lower end of B minus. Like, I don't have anything else to say about him. He just Mario would go to him to get help with spells and stuff, and that was it. That was literally it. All right, Wario. I believe Wario's first appearance was that video where he like decided to delete Luigi's save file in Mario 64 for no fucking reason at all. For some reason, he was living in the castle too. And then when he realized that he caused chaos, he tried to reverse it. So, what the fuck? I think that was Brother Wars. I can't remember. He's like Mario. He's also been up and down. I'm putting him below Toad because I think Toad had better appearances overall. But Wario, especially in the Wacky Wario Bros series, is fucking hilarious. And you know what? Waluigi is too, but we'll get to him. But yeah. What was the other old video he appeared in? Like the overalls one? He appeared in quite a few others, I think, too. But that was just the main one I remember was the him deleting Luigi's save file. I really like the Wario tries to stop himself from dying video. He was fucking amazing in that. Yeah, Wario deserved more appearances than he got towards the end. If he had more, I probably would have had him higher, but he can go number 4 on the A tier. All right, Donkey Kong. I don't think Donkey Kong's good enough to go up to B. His best appearance, honestly, to me, was probably the golf video, the Wacky Wario Bros. Golf one. He kind of like peaked in the Wacky Wario Bros. Videos because he was just trying to fuck their shit up. And I thought that stuff was funny. But outside of that, he's not a super memorable character. So I can't see him ending up high on the B tier. Like, there was the Mario versus Donkey Kong videos or whatever. But there wasn't anything particularly memorable about him in those. Like, yeah, he's Donkey Kong. And a recent Donkey Kong one. Not the Bonanza, because I haven't watched that yet. But the 100 Marios. Yeah, it was cool to see him again, but he's not a particularly remarkable character. Honestly, like Master Hand more, so he can go to the bottom of B for now. Daisy. Daisy's decent for the most part, but her early appearances are weird. We don't talk about those. But her... No, she's okay. She's above Merlin. She didn't have enough appearances to really go much higher. The only standout ones I can think of is like Boo Busters and the high school one. I might be forgetting a few others. I don't remember. I just know she was weird as fuck when she first appeared. Yeah, she was in Awkward Weddings, Charming Peach, Brother Love. Yeah, those videos. Yeah, she didn't really have too many major appearances after a while. High School Mario was probably like one of the last ones. Yeah. Yeah, it was. She's like really not major at all. But again, besides her weird as fuck early appearances, she's fine. Not much else to say. Alright, X from Enter X. Um this is right, yeah, okay. X first appeared in Enter X, that video. And he appeared in Murder Without Peach and SMG4 tries to destroy SMG3 tries to destroy SMG4 because he felt like it. We're weird. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, he reappeared in the 10-year anniversary as well. Um yeah, his whole thing was possession. Like he possessed Mario. I think he was a cool villain, but he didn't get he could have had more appearances. He had a really cool first appearance and he was really cool in the Murder Without Peach episode. I don't think he had enough to really go super high. But I think he was cool enough to go to the top of good tier for now. His whole thing was just possessing people and doing evil stuff. He's a character I wish we would have seen more of in those earlier videos. But they were alternating between him and John Gayhem and Bot and S Super Mega Gangsta One and the Monster and all these other fucking characters. So he had a lot of potential, and I would have liked to see him come back at some point because he technically is original character, so he very well could have come back, but yeah, I just think more should have been done with him. But I liked him when he was around. Alright, SMG4 himself has always been one of my favorite characters. Not my all-time favorite, but very damn close. He is my favorite character in like the classic videos. 100%. It's close between him and Steve for my favorite character in the 2015 through the 2015 through 2016 videos. Yeah, SMG4 just kind of makes the series what it is. He's typical straight man character living in a world of retardation, trying to put up with Mario's nonsense and being the center of everything. He's just all most of my favorite SMG4 videos are the ones that heavily involve a duo between him and Mario. Like Gauntlet of Gloom and The Glitch, for instance. So yeah. Um I didn't mind the direction he went into either. I wasn't the biggest fan of the meme thing at first, but I got used to that over time. And then once he got voice acting and actually started like being the most prominent character from like the Genesis arc, telling his whole backstory and SMG3's backstory as well, I think he like I don't think he ever like went downhill, honestly. 2014 is probably the worst year, but it only because of the fact that he kind of just like didn't appear super often, and whenever he did, he just kind of suffered from the same issues as everyone else. But not as bad, I'd argue. But no, he's always been one of the most consistent characters, so I have to put him at the top of S tier. It's one of my yeah, he's one of my favorites too. I fucking love his character. He really shines in the movies, yeah, he really does. He is that fucking good. And he makes those classic videos just what they are. They would not be as good as they are without him. Just that SMG4 Mario dynamic is fucking unmatched. And it was always a treat whenever you got those videos. Because they used to be all the time back in the day, but from like 2014 onwards, they start becoming more of a rarity. And it was always a treat whenever you got them. And yeah, he's always been one of my favorite characters. So he earns his spot in the S tier. Waluigi. Waluigi's a similar tier to Wario, but he goes above because of the role he played in the Waluigi arc and also the rapper Bob arc. The Waluigi arc, um, it's close between that and the anime arc as like my favorite arcs overall. But I think his villain arc in that is really fucking cool. What they did with him. And I think how they utilized him in the rapper Bob arc to try to help Bob figure out his wrongdoings was really cool as well. So I think, and also he's really funny in the Wacky War Bros videos too, and a few others. You know, I don't remember much about his super early appearances. The only one I remember is Golden Overalls, where I think he was like trying to kill himself or something. Which there are more than enough moments where that line is said in those videos, but yeah. I don't think he beats out Toad. Actually, he might. No, I don't think he does. He beats out Wario though. Because when he was like utilized as a proper villain, he like really outshined. Wario had a great role in the Waluigi arc too, but I think Waluigi absolutely outshines him. But they're both pretty much on the same level. But despite watching the videos he was in, I don't. What did he do? He created a secret operation called Operation GAY. He dipped his sword in peanut butter. And Japanese. I forgot he was Japanese. I remember Italian kidnapping. He kidnapped Mario. He was the boss of Operation GAY. His plan to turn the whole world gay and lesbian with clones of Luigi. Okay. He survived. Oh yeah, he was in Mini Italians, but he got killed by Gourmet Guy. This motherfucker appeared a lot. I completely forgot about all these appearances he had, dude. I forgot he was in Crystal Funhouse. I know he was in SMG4's Plan to Destroy SMG3. Oh yeah, he was technically Barbie's son too. Thugger Hugger. That's the one that introduced. Oh, what's the dude's name? Fuck. DP911. Yeah, that guy. Did Bot even have like a major role here? Doesn't look like it. I think his role's dried up after. Oh, he's in President of Washington too. This motherfucker's been in so many videos. Probably cameo. Yeah, he's a cameo in this. Yeah. Bot probably goes to the top of A tier. Not. He is not A tier. He did not appear enough to be A tier. Um. Fuck. Yeah, he was one of those antagonists that was utilized more. No, I love classic SG4 videos, but I'm not putting Bot A tier. I'm not fucking putting Bot A tier. That is not happening. That'd be crazy. Again, it's been years since I rewatched all those 2011 videos. So I don't. Yeah, this motherfucker. Oh, yeah, and he was Y in SMG4 versus SMG3. Nah, he's basically same tier as Enter X, but the thing is, like, he had more prominent appearances, so. I completely forgot the detail about him being Japanese, though. Not like you could tell because he looks like Mario, but. And, yeah, he had quite a lot of appearances. More than I remembered. Oh, he's in Time Travel Tales too? Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, with Bot, the peanut butter thing is funny. This image is fucking great. I don't care what anyone says. This is fucking amazing. Interesting refresher on that character, yeah. If that character appeared more, he probably could have had the potential be A tier. And he also was an original, so he very well could have too. And then Starman 3 happened, and then, yeah. Samurai, I think it is. I think it is, yeah. Yeah, there was like a fight going on, and his whole thing is like, hold on, um, hold on, I'm getting peanut butter or whatever. I think that's Operation GAY where he did that. I don't remember. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, what? I want some peanut butter. It is funny. I love that fucking image. So yeah, but you get to the top of B as a result of that. Ouija D. Ouija is just fucking annoying. Ouija is just like annoys the characters and that's it. He's like what Bob was originally, where he just goes around annoying everyone for no fucking reason. A lot of times he just appears as like a background asset, but whenever he had a main appearance, it was just like annoying people. Oh, I did not like the 2013 Luigi's Retarded Mansion special. I didn't like that. Yeah, Luigi sucks. Never had one good appearance. Professor Egad. Egad would be higher if he had more appearances. I really liked him when he did show up. I'll put him above Bot. I did like him a lot. He created all the contraptions for everyone. He had a lot of funny moments. I liked him in Where the Wild Teletubbies Are. And there was this really old video, one of his earliest appearances, where he's like, "Oh no, it's too late. Mario left. Oh well, time to go kill myself." And I just remember when that clip got posted to Twitter, everyone in replies was just like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Yo." I want to find that. Oh, what video was it? Time Travel Tells. Yeah, it's got to be this. Poison. Never mind. Poison Computer is a stupid video where Mario gives SMG4 a virus intentionally. Is it this one? Oh yeah, here it is. Hello, Mario? Oh no, it's too late. Oh well, time to kill myself. I think this was one of the first videos to use Gmod too. This video is a lot of fun, but yeah, I always liked, I really liked Egad. He's a cool character. Had a lot of funny moments. He appeared for quite a while too, and then he just like lowered in appearances. Like he appeared in a lot in 2016, 2017, and had minor, and then would show up every now and then. But yeah, yeah, I always thought he was a cool character, and that one line is fucking great. All right, Mario 54321, who's another YouTuber, if you weren't aware. Um, he was actually one of the OGs of Mario 64 Machinima. I don't. His first appearance and major appearance was the blooper competition, where SB4 enters a blooper making competition against him and loses because SB4 was like real. Because I mean, in the timeline, SB4 would have been new, whereas Mario would have been like advanced. Beyond that video, I don't think he really had much of a role. And I do remember he made a video like getting mad that SMG4 didn't include him in something. don't remember. I think that's probably on here, though. Yeah, his entry didn't get into the 3 million sub Senmodnar. So he made a video called Fuck You SMG4. What was his role? I don't remember. Yeah, he was the main antagonist of Blooper Competition. There's no information on what his character was like. Is there any information on this dude? The dude was, yeah, he was salty. Ugh. Based off of what I know, he was just kind of there. He didn't make the videos better or worse if he showed up. He made the blooper competition video what it was because that video, because of him being a YouTuber who was advanced in that style, but as a character in SMG4, he didn't really offer much. So I'm gonna put him underneath Lakitu and decent. He didn't take away from the videos, but he didn't add to them. He was perfectly fine. I genuinely can't remember any distinct thing he did. I remember that one scene where everyone is like charging up to like fire a laser at Yoshi. Oh, and what's that one video where he like was he gonna wait? I think he was supposed to be murdered in the Mario Mafia. I think. Yeah, because Barbie's son, well, not Barbie's son, Barbie, who is just an unnamed character that's this color code that's been fucking used for all these characters you see down here, including John Gayhem. Good luck keeping track of that shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think Mario was tasked with. Yeah, Mario's kill Mario. Okay, I do remember that. And he was in the Imposter too. Uh, yeah, towards the end, he started appearing more than like. Towards the end, him and Starman 3 started appearing more than the other recolors. And then then eventually Starman 3 became the only reoccurring recolor, and then Starman 3 got exposed, and then he vanished. Oh yeah, Mario, like, yeah, there was some character like pretending to be. I think it was just an unnamed character called Imposter. Yeah. Oh, is this the video with? Oh, oh, it's this video. Okay. Yeah, Mario 54321. It's he didn't add or take away from most videos he was in, so I can't really put him much higher than B minus. He was fine. The police, that's a definitive A tier. The police were always hilarious when they showed up. I'm not putting them higher than any of the actual characters because they're not. There was only one video where they were like prominent, and it was like in R64. 1337 police, I think. That video I remember having a really cool idea. I don't remember if I like the execution or not. But yeah, the police are... I'm going to need to grab a refill soon. They're always funny. They stopped appearing towards the end. And then they showed up in the remastered 64s again. They used to show up as recolors and they got replaced with actual Gmod models. Yeah, they're classic. Any classic SMG4 video you can think of, they were probably in it. And I always thought they were hilarious, but again, they're not proper characters, so I'm not gonna put them too high. X I will put in A tier as well. X, I'm not sure how many of these recolors I'm going to put in A tier, but X absolutely is going in A tier. X is mostly known for hosting War of the Fat Italians. But early on, he used to be like a zombie hunter, I want to say. I wonder if they've re-uploaded that video with audio or not. For no reason. Oh no, I think X is great. Yeah, he was yeah, he was a zombie hunter, and he was the guy to like break Mario and SG4 up when they were fighting. He was, if SMG4 was a straight man, no. If SMG4 was a straight man character, X was the brains character, and then FM was the fighting character. He was the fighter of the group. I really liked X in the early videos. I wish X was what I wish he became like a member of like the main team. Cuz whenever he did appear in that role, he was always fucking great. But again, I know why, cuz this was before after Starman didn't really want to focus on the recolors anymore, but X was always one of the best ones. I'm putting X sandwiched in the middle between Toad and Waluigi. If he had more appearances, I absolutely would put him higher. And again, he was perfect as the War of the Fat Italians host. And that really gave him an excuse to keep appearing year after year. And I think it really worked. Good to see him appear. Same with FM, yeah. We got a little bit ways to go before we get to FM, but yeah. X was such a staple of the 2011, 2012 videos. It is a shame that once Starman started to appear, again, because he forced this to be the case, that the other recolors didn't get to appear, because some of them never had their potential realized. So, like, a lot more could have been done with, like, Bot and, later ones coming up, like MCG and stuff. Yeah, X himself is... he's a great character. I just wish we saw more of him over time. In, like, proper roles, instead of just, like, the War of the Fat Italians host. But it was always really cool to see him. And I wish they did more of the zombie stuff with him too, because I always thought that was really cool when he first started appearing. He was a zombie hunter, and he was the brains of the operations, and FM was the fighter. That dynamic got lost over time, which is unfortunate because I really loved it. But yeah. Kirby. Kirby has a couple major appearances. The lawsuit arc, which that technically wasn't him. He was talking through Miyamoto. And I know he had appearances in older videos. And of course Kirby Phones Home, where he just he fucks shit up for SMG4 and everyone. Oh, and he actually he's been in a number of videos. Technically the judge, yeah. Yeah, using Kirby Phones. Shoot to the observatory in the sky. Kirby was fun. I can't put him high because he didn't have too many major roles besides Kirby Phones Home and Lawsuit Arc. He'd show up and then fucking wreak havoc. But it was always fun when he showed up. I liked him. I'm placing him probably just below Donkey Kong. I think that's fair. Dupless. You probably wonder who the fuck is Dupless besides the boss in Thousand Year Door that goes, oh. That's literally how he talks. Fucking, he used a sprite that was unused in the original Paper Mario 64. Here was Dupless's role. He would steal an item from Mario, and then he just got shot and died, and that was it. That was it for him. In total, Dupless had 3 appearances. Presumed to be dead because he never appeared again. So I don't know. Yeah, Ouija disease, he stole the herb from Mario. Needed to cure Luigi. And then in the hunt for the hero's clothes, he stole Mario's clothes. I forgot he was in that video. And then Orbital Adventures, he just fucking died. Should he be on the list? I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's his introduction. Yeah, I am some random character. It's like, I think he had just enough appearances to barely crack making the list. So his whole character is, he is a jackass who just steals shit. And that is it. That is Dupless. And yeah, like I said, he used an unused sprite for in Paper Mario that was found in the game's files. As a character, so that is matching the canon character. Yeah, it is. He is a piece of shit. That said, he can go Merlin. He's fine. he served his role. He stole shit from Mario until he died. fine enough. It works. Metal Mario, Metal Mario has one primary appearance. Oh, he has multiple. Oh yeah, I forgot. He actually does have multiple. He reappeared in Super Mario 3D All-Stars, but no, original. His whole thing is he hates people stealing his rock collection. He wants to people stealing his rock collection. Not paraphrasing, that is literally it. Good old Crystal Funhouse. I remember years ago I had an idea to just do an SMG4 rewatching stream. Maybe I should do that one day. Yeah, did you touch my rock collection? I'm coming to you all. Oh god. Melmar is funny, so he goes there. Now, could he have kept appearing? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That being said, he's a product of his time, but I find him fucking hilarious. He is great. Insulted and threatened. Nope. He's funnier than Dupless. Yeah, Metal Mario fucking... He's not that much of a character, but he is something. And there is a reason he didn't appear anymore. Oh god. 2011 SMG4, what the fuck were you? And why do I love it? I don't know. The Old Man. A product of its... Yes. Old Man's fucking great. Again, he's not so much of a real character, so I can't place him super high. But he's fucking funny as fuck every time he shows up. I prefer when he was a sprite, but I get why they changed him into like a 3D model. But he was like just a reoccurring gag character. And he had the running gag with the bathtub. That was hilarious. Any classic SMG4 video you can think of, he was more than likely in it. I don't think I could name a single appearance from him that I didn't like. So I think I found him funnier than the police, so I'm putting him there. He's fucking classic. It's hard to even name one distinct appearance from him because he's just got so many that are equally just as fucking hilarious. Yeah, he was a consistent running gag. He hasn't appeared as much in 2025, but or 2024 for that matter, but for years he's like this motherfucker was everywhere. He was everywhere, bro. But yeah, he's not a full-fledged character, so I'm not gonna put him super high in the A tier. But he can go above the police because they're kind of on the same level. And I think the old man, whenever he showed up, was funnier. All right, SMG3. I feel like SMG3 is another S tier. I love SMG3. Here's the thing with SMG3 though. I thought his older appearances were better than his later ones, but I grew to appreciate his later ones more over time. But God, I absolutely love old SMG3. Where his whole thing is just like he wanted to be SMG4, so he just like tried to like take over his channel and uh he like created an entire team to do it twice. The first time around with old villains and the second time around with like bootleg SMG4 crew. It's like yeah, I've grown to appreciate his recent appearances more over time, and I do think he's had a lot of great moments. Um and he's in one of my favorite SMG4 videos, period. Like, he's the star of Gauntlet of Gloom, which is one of my all-time favorites. I love his debut video, and he's just the most iconic villain by far. He's definitely earns his place in the S tier. He makes those videos what it is. Like, Bowser was more of a pushover villain. I also love that dynamic between Bowser and SMG3 back in the day where they would work together. He also had that dynamic with like Enzo and a few other villains. In 2014, 2015, 2016, he appeared less, but every time he appeared, it was fucking great. Okay, he blew it on Welcome to Mushroom Kingdom, but the other videos after that point, he was mostly good. Yeah, I was put off when he got voice acting at first, but I did get used to it over time, and I think although it was an interesting choice to make him not a villain, I understand why that was done. And I think he works. But overall, yeah. Yeah, SMG3 is fucking great. He is peak. FM. FM I'm putting right beside X. I love them both equally, honestly. FM is like the star of one of my favorite, most retarded but favorite SMG4 videos, period, with fucking the Crazy Fighters. His whole thing is well, later on his whole thing became he's a police officer because that's what he is IRL. But back in the day, his whole thing was he was like the Fighting Mario. His name was Fighting Mario. 54321. I didn't know he also had 54321 in his name. And X's name is technically Nintendo fan, something, but SMG4 and SMG3. Yeah, I do. I grew to like that more over time. I didn't know how to feel about it originally, but I did grow to appreciate that more over time. Yeah, FM was always a treat. I He was the fighter of the group. there was that whole segment in yeah, there was that whole segment in Crazy Fighters where he teaches everyone to fight. Um yeah, he's just one of the best fucking. A lot of the recolors felt like they disappeared before they could really maximize their potential. FM was not one of them. FM was one of those where right out of the gate, him and X, probably because they were one of the first, but of like the group. But so the only real thing is just they should have been utilized way more. And I get why they weren't, because SMG4 wanted to move away from recolors, but God, they just ugh. Stick around even if they did disappear, yeah. I'm glad they stuck around too. I think out of all the recolors, X and FM were really the only ones that like, well, besides the obvious, and we know why he had to go. X and FM are really the only ones that like did enough to really deserve to stick around. You could maybe make an argument for MCG. And I feel like he would have stuck around if MCG himself stuck around. But as I understand, that's not the case. So it makes sense why SMG4 didn't keep using MCG. But yeah, X and FM, they go hand in hand. So I'm putting them both. They're both practically on the same level for different reasons. X, they fill different roles on the team. Um, really wish they continued to appear more, but it's fine that they didn't. But would have been nice. Um, Speaking of MCG, because he debuted in the same video as FM, I like MCG. MCG was the only other recolor besides X and FM, I think. If circumstances would have allowed for him to still appear, I think he could have. Oh yeah, he quit. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he quit in 2015. So he wouldn't have been around. Oh, and he first appeared in like X's videos first. Interesting. The only thing I'd say about MCG is MCG didn't really have like much of a defining character trait. At least not from what I remember. But I liked him enough to where he could go either above or underneath EGAT. I feel like they could have done more with him, but circumstances led to not being the case. I feel like he was the third wheel, or technically fourth wheel, because if we count SMG4 himself, in the group. He had a lot of appearances. The only real thing about the only real downside is I don't really think he had like a distinct character trait. But I always liked MCG. MC Gustavo. He was a cool character when he was there. Fat shy guy, gourmet guy, or whatever. Barely a character. Barely a character. More of just a really fun running gag. Yeah, he sits on things. That was really just his whole thing. He would sit on things and he would get in the way of shit and fucking stuff like that. So I'm gonna put him. I don't think he ever had like a major appearance ever. At least I'm not thinking of any. Now, regular Shy Guy did. But Gourmet Guy, yeah, I can't really think of any. So, because of that, he can go to B tier, the bottom of B, because he's not much of an actual character. But he is funny, and he is iconic. He appears in, yeah, he appears in major videos, but he himself is never major. He is just a running joke. And he's a classic one, he's a funny one, but that is literally all he is. But it wouldn't be SMG4 without him. The Rock Wizard. Now that's an A tier. I love the Rock Wizard. He'd be the guy. He'd be the character that casts spells and stuff. Rock Wizard. Oh, I think it's called Wizard Rock. Yeah. He used to be a PNG. That rock is also iconic with SMG4 too. And then I made him into a Gmod model. Yeah, the Rock Wizard. Most of his appearances was just him casting spells for everyone. Sometimes he'd fuck shit up royally. Like, I think that's what happened in Return to Mario's like, I'm so good at this game, I wish I can teleport in there and beat it myself. And Rock Wizard's like, okay, and just sends him into it. Yeah, he can cause fucking havoc and shit. Old Man appeared way more, so I think he goes underneath the Old Man, but I love the Rock Wizard. That's funny that that thing became, yes. Yes. That thing, and also just the regular fucking rocks too. Apparently they were Luke's favorite character, the rocks. And they changed his answer to Steve. Our sister came up with the design for it. This image just radiates fucking 2011. This image radiates 2011. But yeah, that's the regular rock. I didn't put the regular rock because the regular rock is not a character, but the Rock Wizard is a character, so I love the Rock Wizard. He goes A tier. Ruffman RM. Yeah, Roughman 8890. Awkward Weddings was his first appearance. I think he could have been really cool, but he just like didn't get enough time. Yeah, he was like crazy. He had speed abilities. He also had a thing with potions too. I like how RM has a fucking proper wiki written, whereas MCG doesn't. Frankly, that's on me for not doing my own research, so I don't care enough, though. Animal Liker. Okay, he had more character than I remember. Okay. RM, I'm put him in a B tier too. I thought he was very good in his first appearance. He's another one of those characters where he doesn't really make or break most of the episodes he's in. And again, I feel like they could have done more with him. But I think with what they did, he has more character traits than MCG. At least based off of this. I mean, just going based off memory, I can't really remember anything distinct about MCG. There probably is, but I just can't remember it. But RM, yeah, I do distinctly remember he was the potions guy. He was crazy. He had speed abilities. He was another member of the group. He probably did more than Bot overall, so he can go underneath MCG. I was originally considering putting him B minus, but no, Ruffman can go B. Also, he appeared in that fan episode just randomly. Of all the characters, people decided to pick him. I mean, fair enough. But if I had to pick, I would have went with MCG. But whatever. Yeah, he's cool. Crazy toilet dude. This dude is a fucking peak. Oh god, the crazy toilet dude is a fucking. I love the video he debuted in and his major appearance to Crazy Fighters. He was in Crystal Funhouse. He was in SMG4's Plan to Destroy SMG3. He was in the he was in the 5 million sub special. They retitled that? No, I guess that's what it was titled originally. Interesting. Yeah, crazy toilet dude. He's literally just a guy who like loves his toilet. Really loves his toilet. And decided to fucking take over the castle. Just because. And kicked everyone out. He's like, he's just a fucking nutcase, and I love him. Oh god, crazy toilet dude should have had more appearance. He should have came back. He was a perfect character for SMG4. He just was a fucking crazy guy obsessed with toilets. Like it was perfect. he too should have had more appearances, but the appearances he did have were all fucking amazing. Oh yeah, and he also appeared in, and I'm pretty sure he appeared in the War of the Fed Italian. Yeah, he did. That was him. He's not listed on. It's not listed on his wiki, but I don't think this thing's been edited in the years, so that would make sense. Um, yeah, this is a toilet obsessed fucking nutcase. What more could you ask for? Epic Yoshi fan. Epic Yoshi fan is probably not gonna find anything about him. No, there is nothing. Yeah, he stars as a major character and 99% idiot, and then just that was it for him. Apparently, it was dated if it baited as if he was actually a real person or not. As it turns out, he is. Epic Yoshi fan is a character where he didn't make or break anything. So he goes with Mario, but underneath because I don't think he played a major enough role in anything. I don't even think he played a major role in this either. I could be wrong. Oh, never mind. He did. He helped restore Mario's memory. I don't know, man. He doesn't do enough to really. Again, he doesn't make or break any of the videos he's in. He's fine. That title screen, I know, right? He doesn't make any of the break any of the videos he's in. He's fine. That's about it. He too probably could have done with having more appearances, but he was one of those characters where it's just like he just didn't go anywhere, and he came a little later than some of the others. So obviously, because I did this in chronological order, so he did come later, so he didn't have enough time to before Starman came in and just took everyone's spotlight to do anything. So I can't put him higher than B minus. Gage Dog. I think Gage Dog is another one of those characters that just he had a one major role. Not that he didn't have appearances after that, but he had one major role. This was the most important role he had. And he like saved SMG4 and as yeah, he saved the team from crazy toilet dude. That is about owning the zombies. Where the hell is their first appearance? Is this it? No, they're in this part. They meet him in the cave or whatever, but that's MCG. That's crazy toilet dude. That's the zombies. I cannot find where the fuck they show up. Unless this is where they... Oh, yeah, it is. And then... Oh, is that the haunt? Oh, that's a haunted... I forgot he had multiple appearances. I did not put the haunted carpenter on here. He did not do enough. Okay, yeah, they beat up the fucking haunted carpenter. B minus. They're fine. I imagine if I go to Austin Dog, both Gaze Dog and Austin Dog, or fucking whatever. They came in too late to the point where they didn't have enough time to develop anything. So I'm putting them the same fucking level. I don't know who was more important between the two. I guess based off of this, it looks like Austin Dog, but that's about it. He's so not important that his render is shit. Yeah, I think that's a fair placement for... My bad for similar name. They were probably friends. Yeah, they were probably friends. According to they're better fighters than FM. So they're just more fighting characters. Okay. I mean, my bad for not rewatching the videos these fuckers appeared in to remember what the fuck personalities they have. Does that really say that much about me if I can't remember? Or I don't fucking know. They're... Yeah, I mean... And that's the main group. Minus a certain character, but by the time he showed up, I don't think he was a part of like the main group. He was like the replacement. But before him, we got Nintendo Fan 997. Actually, no, that is X. Nintendo Fan 996. Nintendo Fan 996. Also known as Evil X. He is an evil man who appeared in Orbital Adventures. He is arch rival. He's one of those characters that had more prominence than other Machinima series. Not so much SMG4. That's why he can go down here. He's fine. Some of these characters, Mario 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Evil X, these characters more than likely had better, more prominent appearances outside of SMG4 and didn't get the time to have them in SMG4 because Starman showed up. Speaking of Starman, I cannot, in good conscience, rank him. That being said, regretfully, I loved Starman's character. I did. In fact, I'd go as far as say he's a peak character, but awful person. Damn it. Fuck. I liked his character so much. that back in 2016, I did these like cringy video shop picture things where a bunch of my characters and Minecraft characters were going on like a Super Paper Mario type of adventure. And one of the characters I fucking included in that shit was fucking Starman 3. I think he was a fucking great character. He was like X. He had this very similar personality to X. And he appeared in a lot of my favorite videos. He was in The Glitch. He was in like fucking Best Friend Slenderman, The Pink Problem, President Toad Washington. He was in so many videos. This is true. Yes, it is true. World of Craftmine. He was in so many fucking peak tier videos. But unfortunately, the man behind him, Jacob Ware, or whatever the fuck his name is the SMG4 equivalent to Sean Mays. And the worst part is, he is still out there. His channel is still online. And every now and again, his name will reappear with another fucking scandal. And he has defenders, too. That's the crazy part. Fucking Nostalgic posted some weird... What did Nostalgic post? Oh, God. I should remember this. Okay. What did Nostalgic post? Yeah, Starman 3 is back in the news. I guess one of his co-hosts from Grand Star Legion, that is his collab channel, CD-ROM 1019, ended up on Keemstar's Locale Live, and he's getting torn into one due to his association. He ended on a so one of Starman's friends ended up on a Keemstar podcast. That happened this year. That was a real thing that happened. What in the ever living fuck? Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, because that was a real thing that happened. So he still has a presence online, and he has outright fucking defenders. Defenders with platforms. Yeah. And yeah, he's the single reason why SB4 stopped using the recolors. And he used to force SMG4 to put him in his videos. So the spotlight of the other characters got stolen as a result of him. Granted, I liked him the best out of all the recolors, but I don't think it's because of what Starman 3... It's because of what Luke did with Starman 3, not Starman 3 himself. He got forced into using him, and he made it work. But yeah, he is a disgraced character, and it is for the best that we leave him in the past. I'm sure everyone regrets him being there in the first place. But yeah, hard character to talk about, but I just had to get that out there that I used to think he was one of the best characters, and when he stopped appearing, I wasn't thrilled about it until I figured out what he did, and I was like, oh. He was forced, but Some storyteller did well. Screw the act. Yeah, screw Jacob Ware. I don't know if you. I don't know if you ever listened to this dude talk, but he sounds retarded. Like he sounds Sean tier of a fucking Grand Star Legion. That's the intro.
Anyway, that's good to know. So the first level is this. E-Sincha bump it up.
2 likes. This motherfucker is still on YouTube. And he has outright defenders. I cannot be asked.
Oh. I don't think you should be doing that. So, here's what's gonna happen. So, shades it. Off to a good start.
Yeah. That dude should either be in 1 or 2 places. A mental institution or jail. Not the internet. Yeah. I'm gonna fucking be right back, and when we come back, we're going to move on from the Starman 3 talk. Because frankly, I don't want to dwell on that any more than I have to. So, yeah. So, be right back. The Ingaswan has returned. That took a little longer than I thought, but that's because we're dealing with characters I had to look up in order to remember. Because the wiki does not fucking. We should pick up the pace now, though. Alright, moving on from that. Steve. I'm inclined to say Steve's probably the best character. I can't name a single Steve appearance I don't like. He's so iconic. He's. Hi, guys. Hi, Steve. Steve's hilarious. Steve's hilarious in fucking every video he's been in. He is that fucking good. Again, it's hard to say he's like a full character compared to the others. He technically is. He's closer to it than some of the others, that's for damn sure, but again, he's the dumbest fucking character ever. But I absolutely love every time he shows up. He just makes every video he's in. He's been around for a while too. Like, he debuted in World of Craftmine in 2012 and just like consistently appeared ever since. One of the most defining characters, and I'd probably go out on a limb to say he's probably my favorite overall. But we'll see how that holds up. Chickens. Yes. Oh my god. Steve's another one of those characters. It's hard naming like a distinct moment. He's got catchphrases that are stand out, but he's just got too many to name. Too many funny moments. All across the entire series. Like, he's that fucking good. And then there was the Legend of Steve video where he like goes up against Justin Bieber. Oh, it's fucking great. Canonically, he is the dumbest SMG4 character by like 1,000 miles. It's a wonder how he functions. Maybe he's just invincible. I don't know. But yeah, I love Steve. He's a hard character to talk about because he's not really. His character is just. He's retarded beyond belief. And he does stupid random shit all the time. But that's what makes him amazing. I don't think he's being topped, but we'll see. Definitely not by the Teletubbies. Teletubbies. Hard to say they're full characters too. They've got a lot of funny moments. They've also got moments I don't really like. I probably put him above the gourmet guy. I didn't like that Tubby TV video they were in. That was annoying, but they always had the Teletubby segments in the said Modnars, and they've been villains in so many SMG4 videos. There was that trip to Teletubby video, I remember. They were the villains in the Purge video. They're Yeah, they're again without they're iconic too. Like SMG4 would not be SMG4 without them either. So gotta put some respect on that. But again, they're not fully characters, so I'm not putting them much higher. But yeah, Sonic. Sonic's borderline A tier. The problem is he just they just did nothing of value with him after a certain point. Generally, like I think his last really good appearance was either well, he was fine in that first if Mario was in Sonic movie, but he sucked in the second. Nah, his last really good appearance was Prank Battle. And then he just like then they created that stupid Sonic and Slag joke that I don't like. So Sonic's a borderline A tier because he's so fucking amazing in those Sonic Dirtbog videos. But I don't know what the fuck they did with him. So he gets pushed down as a result. And I would love to have him higher, but I just can't because he just went nowhere. Like at all. So I think he fits as a top of B choice. Enzo Enzo's another S tier. I fucking love Enzo too. He's uh Enzo's fucking amazing. I absolutely love how Enzo started out and he was just a pushover. He was the butt of a joke like Luigi. No one liked him. And then just all of a sudden, one day, like, it's his birthday and Mario ruins the birthday. And then as a result of that, he becomes a psychotic killer because he got his birthday ruined. And he just gets crazier and crazier in every future appearance he had. Enzo is a villain that should have kept appearing but didn't because the creator the person behind Enzo didn't want to be in the videos anymore, so kind of had to be taken out as a result. But god dang it. He was so good. Birthday Freakout is one of the best SMG4 videos ever. Psychotic Direction? I don't know. Actually, I think he did. I don't know for sure, though. I'm gonna need a second. Alright, guys, I'm back. Hopefully I don't have to do that again. Be back. From what I remember, I think it was, who was it? I think it was X who came up with the idea of the psychotic thing, and I think it was improved by Enzo himself. But yeah, he went from one of those characters that was just kind of like, whatever, everyone made fun of him, to like, one of the most iconic SMG4 villains, and I love him. But again, I imagine he probably got, I think the story goes, he got bothered too much about SMB4 using him in his videos or whatever, and he just didn't want to keep getting bothered, so as a result, I think it was probably a mutual thing there. Where it's like Luke stopped using him to get people to leave him alone. And yeah. Now, if Enzo was not tied to a real person, then I absolutely think he would have probably kept appearing because he was just that iconic of a villain. And one of the best for sure. So absolutely an S tier for me. Link is a nothing character. Link is a C tier. Link appears in so many videos, but when you try to think of like what kind of role or personality he has, you draw blank. He's whatever. Like, there was Ifmar was in Zelda Ocarina of Time. Then there was the, what was the video? The cashiers and fucking what? I know what video it is. What is it called again? Chinese elves and gay cashiers, or that one. Great fucking title. Um, yeah, it's just whatever. Slender Man is a fucking A tier. Slender Man also, he's a silent character. He developed a friendship with Mario in the Best Friend Slenderman episode, and he's appeared every now and then. But he is one of the most iconic reoccurring old characters. So I love him. I always found it cool how Luke managed to like include him from time to time in the later videos as the years went on. Even as recently as last year. And we'll probably get another appearance of him before the end too. Because he's one of those rare classic characters that just he made an effort to keep putting in from time to time. And his whole thing is like, obviously he was a psycho killer or whatever, but he became friends with Mario, and that dynamic just became a defining thing about him. And then so that he would show up from time to time to help Mario out with stuff. But yeah, another classic. And that video worked so well. The fact that Slenderman can't talk and yet they still have a really cool dynamic going on there. Actually, I remember one other thing that Mario did. Now, now I'm thinking about the Slenderman video. He told Mario that Wario's parents died. Yes. And that ends his importance. But yeah, Slenderman's classic. You got mail. I don't know why I included this motherfucker on here. Because it was funny, that's why. Actually, I have a tier reserved for these. I have a tier specifically reserved for these, don't I? You got mail. Enters peak. I actually don't know how many appearances this fucking Derpy the Mailman. Yeah, I don't know how many appearances he fucking has. Senmon Naruto, Adventures of Mario and Luigi Episode 1, Fairy Tale Finale, A Dose of Dr. Mario. Okay, so he has like 3. But yeah. You got mail. Alright, SLG4. Who was thought to be SMG4's brother, but in reality, he was like a killer that was trying to befriend SMG4 so he could kill Mario. I'm pretty sure that was this guy's story. He was a one-time villain, but he was a very important one-time villain, so that's why he got included. And his skin has appeared in several videos since then. Poor SMG4, yeah. Yeah, and then he gets shot out by a cannon. Oh yeah, and he was working for SMG3 as well. For a one-time villain, he's good. I think he goes to the bottom of the one-time. I think X still has a better gimmick because his was possession. SLG4 was just like manipulation. But yeah, another iconic one-time villain. Being of iconic one-time villains, well, technically, actually no, technically him and well, no, the next guy isn't a one-time. SMG1, not SMG4, SMG1. Super Mega Gangster 1. I absolutely love that plot twist in that video. The SMG club. SMG4 thinks he's going to a club where everyone has the same name as him, the Super Mario Glitchy Club, and then later on he learns, oh, this is the Super Mega Gangsta Club. They just happen to all look like SMG4. It's fucking great. Iconic villain. But that's the only thing he had going for him, so he kind of has to go at the bottom. But we'll put some respect on the Super Mega Gangsta. And of course, he tried to kill SMG4 Mario. Ouija doll. Ouija doll either has like really weird appearances, really disturbing appearances, really creepy appearances, or he was a member of the anti-cast. I mean, what did he even do with the anti-cast? He like SMG4 have a lot of people wanting to kill them, yeah. They do. They absolutely do. Yeah, he stopped Luigi from like getting to Mario and deleted. Um I think he like SMG3 gave him the YouTube remote so that Mario couldn't get it. He won the Don't Say Ouija challenge. And he became like a possessed demon in the the Luigi Labyrinth episode. Yeah. He is but usually he is used for really weird and retarded jokes. Then again, are we talking about Ouija doll or I mean, is there a difference? Is it I guess we're talk I don't know. Cuz it's technically species, but I don't fucking care. It's you know what? He's also got weird appearances like Metal Mario, so you can go down with Metal Mario. But he's but he is in Luigi Labyrinth, so he can go above Metal Mario. But yeah, very odd character. Toast shy guy. Yeah, toast. That's literally all he does. He could get annoying, but he also had a lot of funny jokes too. Um, I feel like he can go in between Gourmet Guy and the Teletubbies. His gimmick is primarily just like yeah toast, and that's it. That's really it. Sometimes they do something interesting with it. Other times they don't. He is it's hard to really call him much of a character too. But yeah, and he stopped appearing towards the end too. He attempted to kill over his toast. Yeah, he did. He did. I fucking love Eggman. Eggman is so fucking good. Touch my fingers, Dr. Robotnik. How about this? Oh god. Eggman is one of the funniest fucking characters, bro, I swear. He has so many fucking memorable lines. I mean, if you discount the Sonic movie videos, but I'd hardly count that as Eggman anyway. He is just nothing but fucking pure retardation and funny moments, and I absolutely love it. It's just Sonic the Derp Hog videos are some of my favorites, bro. They're so fucking good. Oh god. It's easier thinking of Eggman moments than it is like Steve moments. and old man moments. But yeah, he's another one where there's just so many to fucking choose from, but I absolutely just I absolutely wish he kept appearing more often cuz like he's so fucking funny. Oh my god. And his rivalry with like Dr. Putis was great too. When we get to him, probably place him up there as well. But yeah. Now moving on to just all right. Chris and Swag, they got to go to the top of A probably. Their dynamic is fucking gold, bro. Like it is peak. Guards and Retards is some of the fucking dumbest shit I've ever watched, but it's some of the funniest, most fucked up shit. It's so good. Oh my god. It is that fucking good. And you know what? Greg. Ruined text to speech. Same here. Ruined it for me too. Every time when I hear text to speech, I just, especially that type of text to speech, I just think of like incoming retardation. There is about to be something really fucking retarded in a few seconds. Greg, oh my god. Hey guys, so I found a box of hot dogs and I decided to put them in the microwave cuz I was hungry. Why you swag master 69 69 69 speaking here? Oh my god, Greg kills me. Seriously, he just fucking, I gotta pull up that line. There should have been more guards and retards. I understand why there wasn't, but god, this series is fucking gold. Yeah, he was Greg.
I walked past the supply room and saw a box of hot dogs.
Call Red, you scrub.
Then I brought them to heat them up in the microwave cause I was hungry.
Because I was
But
hungry.
Funny thing, they blew up.
Ha ha ha. They blew up. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. Stupidest fucking character on the planet. How the fuck do you mistake TNT for fucking hot dogs? Oh my god. You know what, Greg? You can go up there with EGAD. And when we get to the sergeant, he can go up there too. He's fucking hilarious too. I don't know if I could put him higher because he didn't appear much towards the end. But God, is he fucking funny. Ben sucks. Fuck Ben. Did SMG4 make this fucking, make these textures himself, or where the fuck did he even get this from? Genuinely. Ben was always such a fucking weird ass. Oh yeah, and he appeared in approximately, in terms of like major appearances, he appeared in 2 videos I liked. That being Seaside Stupidity Part 1 and 2. Fucking 2 videos I liked. That's all. Oh my god. That's what keeps him out of trash tier. But no, Ben sucks. Fucking horrible. He was just fucking annoying as shit. I think it was like roommates with like X and FM or whatever. Yeah, it was X's roommate. And he's absolutely annoying as fuck. No, genuinely. If SMG4 did not create this fucking himself, I generally don't know who the fuck would have made this. That's such a weird texture. Fucking what the hell? But yeah, shit character. The sergeant, on the other hand, this dude is fucking gold. I can't justify putting Greg up to A tier because, like, outside the hot dog lines, I don't think he has any appearances that, like. Oh, I've been streaming nearly 5 hours. Holy shit. We're getting close to the end, though. Greg, outside the hot dogs line, he doesn't really have anything that gets up to A tier, though he's still funny. But the sergeant, he's just, his lines are always fucking hilarious. Oh god, he's gonna go underneath Wario because he's more of a character than the old man. Uh, God, what's the video? What's the video he was in where it was like the Sergeant Mark, the Sergeant something? Yeah, Sergeant Mark. He's fucking great. He's like, why is there a fucking crazy person in my? Is it pointing things? Is this one? Oh, this is one where just Slag is harassing someone like a piece of shit. Guards and Retards videos are fucking wild, dude, but that's why I love them. Yeah, it's this. It's Slag Party Hearth Hostages. Oh, yeah, and then he goes to the fucking. I can't find the scene. He has so many funny lines, though. I think it's. It might be Prisoners. I don't remember this being one that I liked very much. No, it's not this one. No, he like says, "Why the fuck is this? There's some crazy guy in my office, just shooting up the place." There's gotta be an episode missing, cause I.
Marco.
No, it's not this one. It's fucking. I don't remember. But no, I don't want to spend too long. I've already spent a lot of time on this list as is. But again, a lot of it was looking up some of the older characters that I couldn't remember their traits. So yeah, I'm not gonna dig much longer for him. I'm probably not gonna have much to say for a lot of these upcoming characters. The Czar sucks. He could have been an interesting villain, but then he fused with the Toad, and then he just like became retarded and annoying. That said, he was better in his follow-up appearance, Bad Stars Back, but in his first appearance, he sucked. So, I only thing I can grant him is like top of D tier, because he's probably not as bad as Ben, but fucking Bad Stars suck. So, no positive thoughts on him. Toadsworth, I like Toadsworth. Toadsworth had a lot of funny moments too. He was also kind of one of the neutral characters too. Um, Peach's servant or whatever, and he worshipped the spaghetti god, the spaghetti monster. Yeah, he was a. He appeared for a while too until he didn't. And because of that, I can't really put him higher because again, he appeared for a while until he didn't. So him and Sonic are borderline A tier though. They don't make the cut, however. Tails. Tails is, yeah, I mean, Tails' only gimmick was annoying the fuck out of Sonic. That was literally it. That's all he ever did. He is borderline trash tier. Knuckles is nothing, so he gets C tier. His only joke are. There was that funny part in the item brick episode, though, where it's like he was having an argument with Sonic. Tails never had anything like that, so that's why Knuckles gets C tier. But he's really not much of a character either. He can go underneath Yoshi, I guess. He's fucking nothing. Heavy it appeared in a lot of videos. The only really distinct one though is the if Mario was in TF2 video. I think he's definitely have funny moments, but he's probably going to the bottom of the B tier. Cause him and Dr. Putis are basically the same character, but I think what they did with Dr. Putis is funnier. So Freddy, D tier. Chica, F tier. It's a toss up between whether Peach or Chica is the worst character. I'm going with Chica probably though, and then Freddy can. Well, he's probably more tolerable in Tails. I'll grant him that, but that's about it. That's about it. Bowser Jr. He's fine. His first appearance was kind of annoying, but after that, he was just kind of like a whatever villain. I mean, he's definitely more than like Metal Mario and Ouija Doll, but I really can't grant him much higher than like old X. Well, evil X. Because at least Gage Dog and Austin Dog had like one cool first appearance. Bowser Jr., he's a reoccurring villain, but nothing about him really sticks out. So I can't place him high. Dr. Putis is definitely A tier. Now, I love his rivalry with Eggman. The item brick and what's the episode? The ultimate, the showdown or whatever. Those are two of my favorite Sonic the Dirtpog videos, and he's in both of them. And he just makes those videos what they are, well, along with Eggman. He is so fucking hilarious. He is slightly more of a character than the old man in Below. So I'll probably put him right beside Wario. He also should have appeared more. But again, it would have made sense to have him appear more if Eggman appeared more, but because Eggman didn't appear more, it didn't make sense to have Dr. Putis appear more. But yeah, they're both really funny. The Villager. Um he's fine. He's obsessed with Doritos. And he wants to kill everyone. But honestly, I don't remember anything about his debut. And with Christmas Crazies, Enzo's really the one that steals the show there. The team up between them was cool. But Villager just, as a character, doesn't offer much. So as a result, I'm going to put him with Ouija Doll. Because he's okay. Stupid pirate guy, fuck you. Go see. I don't care. I don't remember anything about this motherfucker. I literally watched that video on stream, and I remember nothing about it at all. Granted, it's probably been like 6 years since then, but still. At least IROC had something. It wasn't much, but it was something in the very beginning. This motherfucker is nothing. Most forgettable character ever. He goes C tier. The less I talk about him, the better. Alright. Toadette. Toadette's bad. I don't think Toadette started out bad, but her entire character just became getting angry if Toad as much as breathed. So, I mean, I find her more tolerable than Ben, but that's not really a compliment. So, Toadette. Yeah, Toadette's not great. She started out fine, but then became like the Toad's torture, essentially. Like Peach, but doesn't appear enough to really annoy me as much. Well, didn't appear enough to annoy me as much. Frankie's iconic. Frankie's another A tier. Now as for where he'd go, he's semi more of an actual character, so he can go right there. But his main thing is just like he like dies a lot. He's always put in the shittiest situations. In the deleted episode, it's like, in order to demonstrate the power of deleting characters, the first character they fucking deleted was Frankie. And I love how his first appearance, his first words ever was literally just a jump scare. Like, that's great. Frankie's another character, it's hard to really think of a distinct moment. But yeah, another A tier. Rosalina. I liked Rosalina, but Rosalina didn't appear enough. She was great in the Observatory episode and a few of the others, but she just did not have enough appearances. I think of the princess characters, she was definitely the best one. So I think it's fair to probably put her with Egad. Again, she was the most level-headed out of them all. She contributed to the plot a fair bit. But again, they just not enough was done with her. And they were doing more with her, but then she just kind of vanished after 2017, really. And I don't know if she had a single other main appearance out after that. So, but she did increase in appearances in 2015 and 2016, and then just, I don't know what happened. She was just gone after that. But if she stayed around, she probably would have been higher. But yeah, she goes B tier. I don't care about this group of toads. They're C tier. Their video is fine, but that's about it. I'm not going to waste energy or time talking about them. They're probably more tolerable than Yoshi. It's really not saying much, though. Alright. Minion. SMG4's Minion from Luigi Labyrinth. I don't know what the obsession with this character is, but they're fine. They're kind of just a clone that, like, is overly hyper and happy and stuff. And that's kind of it. I can't really grant them much higher than, like, Ouija doll. At least Gage Dog and us and Doggy Dog, like, do something more. And we're in more videos. The SG4's Minion has had cameo appearances, but overall, one major appearance, that's it. So moving on. Sans, I don't really care about. He had several starring roles, including the Mario's in Undertale video, which that one was very good. The rest I generally don't really care about, so probably in between Knuckles and iRock. The Pingas parrot is peak. I'm not sure if Pingas parrot had many appearances outside of Snow Trap, but Kermit, again, not so much of an actual character. Also going down to B- probably. Not so much of an actual character, and also not important in any way. So I think below Merlin. Boopkins. Now we're starting to get into the heavy hitters. Now we're getting back to the heavy hitters, so so to speak. Boopkins is... I liked his first appearance. I was never huge on him. He came and he was like a rarest fish of the sea or whatever, and he gave SMG4 and Co. superpowers to swim underwater and stuff. He was super rare that everyone was trying to catch him. Then he became the pathetic piece of aquatic shit for a while. Then he just got overused and became the anime guy, the loser. And yeah, he's had a lot of cringe moments too. I think most cringe moments come from him than any other character. Like, if there's any character that brings them, it's him. But as for where he places, he's got to go higher than some of these because, like, he's a prominent character. Yeah, that's the thing too, he's meant to be cringe. So there's that aspect with him too. So it's like, yeah, I get it. But out of the main characters, he's unless we really want to put Peach in that boat, which I don't. Out of the main SMG4 cast, he's probably the weakest one by a sizable margin. So I don't know where to place him in this tier. One of the weakest. I'm thinking immediate main cast. I can't really think of who is worse in the immediate main cast. Now, if we're talking overall, there are names that I think are definitely worse, and we will get to them. But I don't know where he places in the B minus because like he's had more important roles than like 3 colors I have in this tier. But at the same time, they don't have cringe appearance. They don't have bad appearances at all. So like, I don't know. I think I'm comfortable sandwiching him in between Bowser Jr. and Gage Dog. He's had moments, but he's also had a lot of bad moments too. And he was overused for like a pretty sizable period of time. Yeah. Speaking of overuse for a period of time, Bob. Unlike Boomkins, I will say Bob did get better. He did. But when he started, oh my god, he sucked. I remember rewatching that Ganondorf video and just being like, but he was this slow, bro. And then going to Mario joins the circuit, he's like, he's even slower here. And then he became like, notice me, notice me. That became his only character trait for like over a year, and it just, oh god. That said, he did get better with the rapper Bob Arc. He did get better, so I'm willing to put him in the B tier. I didn't mind him after the rapper Bob arc. He's a character that is intentionally supposed to stay stupid shit and piss you off. So that needs to be kept in mind. And he has done that. But he generally has not annoyed me as a character since they dropped the notice me bullshit with him. Rapper Bob onwards, I think he generally is a good character. I don't think he gets up to being great, but I do think he levels out at good. By the end, he worked out. So I think he earns a spot above like Master Hand, Mega Gangsta 1, SLG4, X, Bot, and I might leave him there. Because again, MCG and Ruffman never had bad appearances, whereas Bob had a lot of them in the beginning. So I think he levels out right there. Now, if you ask me what my opinions would have been, I don't know, a few years ago, I probably would have stuck him in C tier. But in the end, he did pick up the slack. So he earns a spot in the B tier in between Ruffman and Bot. Stu and Pid, the best characters ever. I'm very glad we got to see them again before the series ended. I'm glad we got to see them at War of the Fat Italians. And they're just literally just like fucking weird one-off characters from Gauntlet of Gloom. It's like they're all characters, Luke and Kevin, just arguing with each other. That's all their character is. But I love it. I knew you were going to be thrilled to see them. Hell yeah. My request was granted too when I said, like, I just need Toilet Guy and it's perfect. And then Toilet Guy, at the very end, came through the portal. It's like, let's fucking go. Stu and Pit is the best of the peak characters here. But yeah. Granddad Mario. He was okay. He was in the bootleg dimension. He was in the Grand Mario Hotel. Maybe a few other videos I'm forgetting. He was an okay villain. I don't think he was that memorable. So he can go underneath Villager. The Koopalings, they're okay villains too. No use in ranking them individually because they don't have characters to speak of. They're the Koopalings. And yeah. They're not particularly memorable. So I don't think they can go higher. Same with Bukin's father. He is he shows up when it's necessary for him to show up. But that's all that can really be said about him. I guess he can go right beside Boopkins. Yeah, I think that's fair. Again, he's not much of a character. He's never had a major appearance. Like, outside of, like, what, the anime arc? Where he fought, like, Godzilla? But that's about it. He never talks, really. So, like, I don't know what else to say about him. Cappy. Cappy's another one where it's like he worked for the videos he was in. And that's it. Not particularly memorable. So, Cappy can go with Minion. Alright. Now we start getting into the heavy hitters. Now we start getting into the characters that are worth talking about. So, I mean, we were already starting to see some of that with, like, Bob or whatever, but let's get to it. So, Meggy. Personally, one of my favorites. Yeah. Ugh. Meggy is a tough one. She is an S tier. But she's hard to judge compared to. It's hard to figure out where to place her because, like, one, nostalgia is a factor in between when it comes to like SMG4 and Steve. And Steve's not so much of an actual character; he's more of like a. His character's just being retarded. Meggy is like a full-fledged, fully developed character, and probably the best one out of all of them. So Meggy's a character I didn't really get at first when she first appeared in Mario was in Splatoon and started appearing in like Mario's Challenge or the Fat Italians and stuff. Um but eventually I did start to get it. And once I finally did start to get it, she quickly grew into like one of my favorite characters out of the series, just period. Um um like I absolutely like when she was still an Inkling, I thought she like made every video she fucking appeared in. Cause she just had the coolest fight scenes and she actually had like proper animation that would like blend in with the Mario 64 stuff that I thought was really cool. She had a character traits very similar to old SMG4, but instead of like kind of being egotistical in the ways SMG4 was and needing someone like X to balance him out, Meggy, by all accounts, was the level-headed one out of the cast. So like once I finally got her character, she quickly became one of my favorites. And then the anime arc happened, which and then came her story with Destiny and stuff. And then her movie. And I think Meggy's Destiny is what solidified her in the top 5 for me. I think that was the final one where it's like, yeah. Because before then, she would have been in the top 10. But after Meggy's Destiny, I think that solidified her in the top 5. It's really tough where to place her. I think she's in this top 3 column for sure. I think she beats out SMG4, not SMG4, SMG3 because like SMG3 shifted as a character compared to what he was before. Whereas Meggy, I don't think really ever fully shifted. She just got more and more development over time and grew into one of the best characters out of them all. But also SMG4 got a lot of that development after a while too. So it's like that's the tough part. I think they're very close. Development wise, I think she had the higher points. But because of the fact that SMG4 has been a character for much, much longer, I think that is the reason why he wins out. overall. And Steve's just there because for personal choice, because he's the best character. But I think, yeah, she is undeniably one of the best and most defining characters out of the entire series. One of the most influential characters out of the series. One that you probably won't get at first, but especially if you came from like watching back in 2014 or 2013 or whatever, but absolutely was as popular as she was for a reason. And without her as a character and her movie and stuff, a lot of the stuff I went on to make would not exist, at least not in the way that it was. So she earns that top 3 placement. And she might be the last character that ends up in this S tier. We'll see. Francis. I had no idea he debuted that early. Screw him, yeah. Francis is a... Francis can go in the burn tier. He's not a good character. Anytime you see him on screen, you just want to beat the shit out of him. He killed Dusty because he like was selfish and wanted to use Inkling ink to like fucking... He's just... God, he's something else. I completely forgot he showed up that early, but I remember, yeah, he did have cameos for a little while. Yeah, he stole Axel's Inkweaver. Yeah, he is the most selfish, fucked up villain. And he deserved to get electrocuted to death or whatever the fuck happened to him at the end of that arc. He got locked in a pod or something. So yeah. Yeah. Fuck Francis. Now just rating him basically as a villain as a whole. He was good, but he wasn't. And that's all I can really say. He was hard to take seriously. His plan was just so outlandish. But the fact that he went as far as he did just makes him just reprehensible. So yeah, he gets the burn tier, and he might be the only one getting the burn tier. Actually, there might be one other person that gets the burn tier, but... Shroomy. Shroomy had the best fucking debut ever. It was just at the end of Mario's challenge, and everyone's just like, who the fuck is this guy? And that's literally everyone who watched that video too. They were just like, who the fuck is this? Shroomy is one of those characters, like, I like Shroomy, but I don't think... He started decreasing in appearances later on, and he... he didn't really reach any incredible heights. He had that whole demon hunter thing. That was cool. But not a whole lot was done with that. His whole thing was like he was like a Boy Scout, and he like had collected a bunch of badges and stuff. Yeah, he had a lot. He seemed like he had a lot going on, but it was never fully realized. So I like him enough to put him above Bob, but probably not higher than that. He feels like a character who had more potential than what was like actually showed. All right, I'm gonna need to be right back again. Hopefully for the last time, because I would like to not stay here doing this all night. You know, depending on how much longer this takes, I might not have time to do the other stream, but we'll see. But yeah, I'll be right back. Hopefully for the last time. Alright, I'm back, everyone. Sorry, my stomach just fucking hates me tonight. I'm switching out to water. So hopefully I can get through this. With how long the stream is going, I don't know if I'll be able to actually turn this into a segment or not. Maybe. I don't know. How long have we been at this for? I probably have to do some trimming. Definitely cut out all the dead air. Like the sections where I leave for way too long. But yeah. By the end there might not be time for that other stream. At least not very long anyway. That's fine, but yeah, give me a second. Stomach hates me right now. Ugh. To be fair, I had chicken fries earlier, and chicken fries and green tea do not match, so that's probably my fault. In any case, okay. We're gonna continue on and get this finished soon. I'll figure out the other end of that later. But yeah. Alright, so continuing on. Where do we leave off? Psycho. Okay, Psycho is a character that I didn't really like at first. In those first few appearances, she reminded of like Enzo, but like a little more cringe. I think you should just do this one. Yeah, it's probably going to be outcome. We'll see. Yeah, I want to continue on. But yeah, Psycho reminded me of Enzo at first, but like a little more cringe, a little more annoying. Psycho, I will say too, got better over time as well. Like I'd say around the time of the Waluigi arc is when she started actually becoming more of a good character. I don't think she got enough major appearances later on to warrant going higher. But she had enough to where I think she could probably justify going somewhere on the high scale of B. Probably just underneath Sonic. She had the whole Kaizo arc thing, which that didn't really go anywhere really, although it did give us the redesign. Yeah, I feel like Psycho could have had the potential to go higher if they did a bit more. But again, from the Waluigi arc onwards, definitely think she got a lot better after those initial appearances. So, so, oh, I scrolled back on my fucking phone. Whoops. Okay. No, I definitely think she qualifies for the high end of B. I think that's where it stays, though. Definitely higher than Bob because he didn't really have any outright horrible appearances, really. And higher than Shroomy because they did do more with her character in comparison to Shroomy. And then later on, she still did get more appearances than Shroomy did. So. And I thought she was particularly really good in the anime arc in particular. In other ones too. So yeah. She definitely got a lot better too. So I think she qualifies for that spot. Jeeves. I don't really care. Jeeves was one of those villains that just like kept appearing and was just kind of whatever every time. He owned like a milk store, a milk factory. And Mario fucked it up, so he had a vendetta against him for that. And he destroyed his lemonade stand or whatever. I don't dislike him. He's just not really that interesting. And he really didn't appear that much after 2020 anyway. So, yeah, Jeeves is another one of those characters that just kind of like exists. He doesn't really help or hinder the videos he's in. So, I guess he can go above Boopkins in that regard. Baldy is the same deal. They're also going in the B- tier. Doesn't really have too many major appearances to warrant being any higher. So probably in sandwich in between like Granddad Mario and the Villager. Desty. Um Not a whole lot was done with Desty, but the little that was done was very important. I really like Desty. Yeah. Desty was when I first watched your debut, I didn't really care for it. I like it a lot more now. But her role in the anime arc was really fucking good. And the whole story developed around her, and Meggy winning Splatfest for her was really cool. Um and her death scene and hits you like a fucking truck when you first see it. Because you had no idea what to expect, and it was the first of that kind, so you did not fucking know what was gonna happen at all. And then the funeral scene also hits like a ton of bricks. She had like a friendly rivalry dynamic with Maggie that became more and more friendly as the arc progressed. She she had a minor reappearance in Western Spaghetti too. Um yeah, Dusty was important enough to qualify for a higher end placement here. Frenemies, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think she warrants being on the higher end of B tier. Just based off of what they did do with her, I think they gave her a fantastic send off. I think they did so much with her in the very little time she was a character. Um, which in comparison to Axel, who was a character for much longer before they finally got rid of him, um, yeah, she kind of has to go up here just because of how impactful she was, and those last few appearances she had generally were really good. So, yeah, absolutely. Um, hmm. I'll put her right beside Psycho. I got Tari. I really, really liked Tari when she first debuted in the Waluigi arc. I thought she was really charming. And I thought she was also great in the Bob arc and the anime arc too. And Maggie's Destiny, I thought she really that was one of her last really good appearances, I remember. And then after that, she kind of just like was just kind of casual. And then out of nowhere with the Western Spaghetti story, she just like one, she finally got like full voice acting, because for a long time she just used like voice clips. Then she finally got the full voice acting, and she like fucking shined in Western Spaghetti. And after that point, she started having much more important appearances, and then they introduced Clench, and I thought her dynamic with Clench was pretty funny. So yeah, Tari's a character that started out really good and ended really good. In the middle, she was just kind of like consistently good. Yeah, I really like Tari. So I'm putting Tari pretty high. Um As for where she places, that's kind of tough. In fairness to Tari, she never had a bad appearance like Toad did, so I think she goes above Toad. Probably Mario too. Both versions, not that you can really judge, yeah. I've seen most of one of the seasons of Meta Runner. I think it was the first one. I haven't watched it all the way through. I haven't watched the series all the way through, but I've seen. Had to have been, yeah. And that probably would have been like a couple years ago or so. But yeah, I really like Tari. Tari prior to 2023 would have been in the B tier, but on the higher end just because of how great she was in the Waluigi arc and stuff like Maggie's Destiny. But 2023 onwards, yeah, she'd still solidify as an A tier. Ugh. Probably square in the middle right there. It's tough though, because like two different types of characters, so it's hard to judge. Egg Dog is not much of a character at all. So that episode where they did with Eggdog and Big SMG4 was that was unique. That one was unique. But they don't really do much, so they're probably gonna go to the bottom of B minus. Axel. I'm not sure where to put Axel. Axel was really good for the anime art where he was introduced, where he was the manga artist who had to unban anime from the kingdom. And he had Inkweaver. He was from Inkopolis and he needed Inkling ink to there was that speculation on whether he was going to be the villain or not, and then as it turned out it was Francis. And he became a reoccurring character after that. I remember in the YouTube arc, he just got trapped in the internet graveyard and made his show that Melanie later became obsessed with. He was a major character in the Genesis arc, and then he was killed off in that same arc, and he appeared in the Revelations arc to say goodbye to Melanie, and then he what is it? He also, like Destia, reappeared in Western Spaghetti. He probably goes on a similar tier, but probably above because they did more with him than they did Dusty. Because Axel was introduced in the arc where Dusty was killed off. And he was a character for like over a year. So he lasted for nearly 2 years, I want to say. 6, 7, I don't know what that means. So I'm going to place him probably in between these two. And I think that's fair. Greg. Why? Fucking. He was an alien who became friends with Mario, and then randomly, just out of nowhere in the YouTube arc, he just dies. In a random episode, too, it was like an arcade thing. So, like. No. And then there was the resurrection video where they tried to resurrect him. I don't know what the fuck to say about him. He is. I mean, he didn't bother me, so you know what, Greg? You can go to the top of C tier. Susan was intentionally made to be an unlikable character. 3, 4. I don't know what that means. 4, 5. I don't know what that means. What the why did my shit refresh? Hello? I just realized I was watching from the wrong fucking channel. Whoops. Yeah, I can scratch doing that main channel stream. I will talk about that before I end the stream, though, so everyone understands. I didn't see what he said. He told me shut up. Oh. Well, that's a rip. That is a rip in Ingasaroni. Feels bad. Yeah. Yeah, Susan is a character that was intentionally made to be fucking, unlikable. So, as a result, still going in the bad tier because the character still sucks, but that's kind of the point. So, I don't really know how to judge that. On a high note, well, I won't know what note's ending on until, like, it ends. I don't think it's random. I think it's, I don't know. I just know I absolutely was not prepared for it. And now that it's happening, I kind of have to commit and finish this road out. And then I'm back to the usual for good. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But yeah. I don't know how to judge a character who is intentionally meant to be, is supposed to be bad. I mean, it's still putting her in bad tier, but I'm not sure if going much higher or lower. I mean, probably the most okay in bad tier, honestly. The most tolerable in bad tier. All right. I do not have patience to deal with the fucking. Okay. We don't have that much left. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do that stream. But yeah. Okay. Melanie, that's right. Melanie debuted as a literal watermelon in the YouTube arc. Well, I guess she didn't if she's this high up. Like, when did she debut? Mario Alone. Oh yeah. She was just kind of a background character. Literally just a watermelon with Meggy's fucking. Oh yeah, that's right, because Mario did the thing. She's in the anti-cast. Yeah, yeah. Mario just was like trying to celebrate with inanimate object versions of his friends or whatever to try to not feel lonely. And that's where Melanie technically spawned from. But then she became a member of the anti-cast, and her whole thing is that she's a melon who like hacks. And then in Mari's Massive Madness, they gave her the Fierce Deity mask, and she became she came to life, essentially. Yeah, she became like one of the most powerful characters in the series, like, period. Yeah, literal goddess. That's literally what she became. That's literally what she was. Melanie is another character I didn't get at first when she first started appearing. That said, I think she's a lot of fun. And what they did with her in the Revelations arc was really cool. So I think story-wise, she can also go up here. Not as high as Tari or Meggy, but she played a very important role story-wise, and they did a lot of interesting stuff with her and her dynamic with Axel. So, yeah. And again, it's crazy that this character was literally just a watermelon with Maggie's fucking helmet on, and then all of a sudden, bam, just becomes like an actual character, and not just an actual character, but one of the most powerful, one of the most important characters. That is just fucking crazy to me. But no, and a lot of Melanie's gimmick is literally just sleeping and sleeping and sleeping and sleeping. But no, she's got a lot of fun videos and a lot of fun moments. So I think they did enough with her to warrant being up this high. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think she goes just underneath Wario. Yeah. And who knows if anyone else will make that tier or not. I don't know. But yeah, Melanie's a cool character. Again, I didn't really understand her at first, but once we got into the Revelations arc, it was like, okay, yeah. Well, more so the Genesis arc, it was like, okay, yeah, I get it. And she was one of the only other characters they tried doing that storytelling with, besides Meggy and SMG4 himself. So yeah, definitely counts for something. Mr. Monitor is a lot of fun. He's kind of like the replacement for the old police. He had a lot of fun appearances. I don't know if he goes super high, but I liked him better than Bob, I'd say. He had a lot of funny moments. What was the video? It was like the school club video he got introduced in. And he was like the hall monitor, and everyone was just fucking afraid of him. And then he became like the main police officer basically, and they did the whole Officer Meggie episode where he teaches her how to be a police officer. Yeah, I like him. I like him too. I was indifferent to him like when he first showed up, but over time I was like, yeah, yeah, he's a lot of fun. He is a lot of fun. Killer Ink Leader is a very okay villain. She serves the purpose of being Maggie's rival for Splatfest and does a lot of fucked up shit to her and loses in the end and never appears again, so she does the job okay enough. So she goes probably with Bowser Jr. Yeah, not really a standout, but I don't think that movie necessarily like needed a standout villain anyway. So it is more than acceptable. My favorite appearance is when she gets turned into Mr. Puzzles. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that did happen. Yeah, she served the purpose of being Maggie's rival for that movie, and that's really all she needed to. So that's as far as it really goes. She doesn't stand out like Francis does, or SMG0, or Waluigi, or any of the other villains, or. But I think that's fine. But yeah. Jub Jub, he's also kind of a nothing character. He can't really talk. He's Boopkin's brother. He can't really do anything. He was a part of the anti-cast. And that's kind of it. He got kicked by Mario like all the time. The YouTube remote possessed him in the YouTube arc. Yeah, man. He's like. It's not very interesting. So. SMG3 almost killed him, yeah. Yeah, he's one of those characters that just exists. Big SMG4 goes with Egg Dog. They're basically the same. They fulfill the same role for the opposite character. Um, they had one episode where they actually like were the main characters, and that's it. And neither ever talked, so I don't know. Doom Guy, Shroomi's father, they didn't do a whole lot with him, so he's one of those where it's like he had a couple main appearances, but not enough to really make him stand out. So he falls smack dab in the middle, B minus. And then Rob. Rob's entire gimmick was just corn. He was a scarecrow they randomly met in the corn episode. Then he joined the anti-cast. And then there were a few other videos he was in. Yeah, he's a scarecrow with like a tape recorder in him that is like obsessed with corn. Yeah, he interesting character. I'm inclined he can to say he could probably go the top of B minus. Because I don't think he did enough to warrant being that much higher. But he's not bad by any means. He just, I don't think he did enough. Wimpu sucks. He is cringe. He is annoying. He is lame. He's pathetic. His text to speech voice annoys the piss out of me. Exactly, that's what he's meant to be. Ugh. I I can't put him lower than like Tails or whoever, because at least he's a character and he does some things. He's not just one annoying joke. But he is lame as hell. Again, he's supposed to be. That's why he annoys me. Wimp is in his name after. Yes, it is. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Belle. She was a good rival to Tari. And they did do a little bit with her in the beginning, but after a while, like the rest of the anti-cast, she kind of just like vanished. Met her on herself, yeah. I think she falls squarely in the middle of the B tier. Because I liked her appearance in the YouTube arc. And she did have a few good appearances after that, but as the years went on, it just became lesser and lesser. So she can go above bot, but I'm not sure. I don't think she can go higher than that. There just wasn't enough done with any of the anti-cast besides Melanie, because Melanie became a prominent character. SMG 1 and 2. Neither in the yeah. Her purpose was basically like be Tari's rival for the anti-cast. And that's kind of it. So like in terms of having her there outside of that, there was really no reason. But SMG 1 and 2, characters that really only served purpose during the arcs, for the arcs they were in. They worked for what they were. But probably have to go on the same level. They work. They accomplished exactly what they needed to. Super Meme Guardian 1 and 2. Yeah, exactly. That. But they really aren't noteworthy or remarkable characters outside of that. they were great in the arcs and stuff they were in, but yeah, they're the original meme guardians who teach SMG4 and SMG3 how to use the powers, and they aid them on defeating SMG0, and that's kind of all they do. So, and then they stopped appearing after a while, so I can't really justify putting them much higher than here. But that's fine. Box Club dude. He's the other guy going in burn. This motherfucker was willing to destroy the entire universe over the God Box. He jumped in the God Box like a fucking retard and got so overwhelmed with power that he exploded. I love Melanie, just idiot. Oh, great. Yeah, this motherfucker fucking burned. Yeah, that dude's that fucking sucks. I had to literally make his image. Actually, I just remembered another character I forgot to add that I can make in 5 seconds too. I forgot to add Lawyer Kong. He's like the only other major arc villain I forgot. Excuse me while I fucking make him real fast. Oh, Terrence. I was thinking about that. Yeah, I'll add Terrence and Lawyer Kong real fast. Why not? And these are the last two characters I forgot. I got all the rest of the major villains. I miss Lawyer Kong and I miss Terrence. I will add them now. She did, yeah. Possessed Melanie was great. Oh god. I didn't think I'm gonna be here for fucking 6 hours, but you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I've justified so much more bullshit. So if I could just have this. Just give me this. Let me talk about something that's not gonna piss me the fuck off. I feel like a lot of it was like there's been a lot of breaks in between because of my stomach bullshit, and also I had to brush myself on like older characters. If I didn't have to do that, this probably would have been done like an hour ago. But that's fine. I like talking about SMG4. I never get the chance to do that outside of this fucking channel. Yeah, that's true. I can't remember fucking who came first. I think Lyricong's gotta predate Kaizo at the very least, and Terrence, I don't know when the fuck did he show up? Where are the Fat Italians? 2020. Okay, so that'd be somewhere over here then. Yeah, that'd be in between. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I saw. Okay, so Terrence is literally next. Okay, so Terrence, I'm putting him with Egg Dog and B guess from before. It's he was SMG. He was SMG3's old helper, and then he had to sacrifice himself for the greater good, and then Terrence got replaced with Egg Dog from that point forward. But again, I don't know what else to say. SMG0. Interesting character because he's not evil at all, but he merges with Niles and becomes a fucking monster. Very interesting backstory, and then like goes out in the same storyline he comes in at. Same with Niles. Niles, who came directly from the God Box, who after the Genesis arc possesses Melanie, and I remember like Melanie was the only one who could see Niles for a while until Revelations movie, and then everyone could see him after that. Um, there's that fake out they where everyone thought they killed Melanie, and then Melanie just fucking comes out and just obliterates SMG0. There's that scene where Niles is trying to fucking take the crew down with them as the God Box is exploding, and SMG0 like convinces him not to. Yeah, on the scale of villains, it gotta go above these old ones. And above Bell, too. Niles probably had more of an impact, so I'll probably put Niles above. But, yeah. Stopped the death of... Yeah, he did. He stopped the death of everyone. Yeah, I mean, he had the fucking boss club leader trying to lead everything on like a fucking retard. Oh, God. Yeah, like... Yeah, they were good arc villains. For sure. They did their job very well. I love the box club leader just for the insanity element. Screw him for wanting to destroy everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, I loved how everyone just thought he was a fucking insane guy obsessed with boxes. Um, as it turns out, he was that, but the box he was obsessed with was a box that could destroy the entire universe, and yeah. It went from very comical to very concerning real fast. But yeah. Yeah, they didn't last past their storyline, but they're both very good. Also love that they got yes it is, it is. Oh yeah. I always wondered if that particular shot was taken like from his old house too. Cause it looks like that old fucking room that he had in those in the Mario real life video and stuff. I always wondered that. But yeah. That's SMG0 / Niles. They fulfill the same role, basically. Alright, Karen. Karen is a character I do not think got a lot of good appearances at first. Like, she was just kind of, like, there. And she got stuck with the How to Train Your Mario video, which, was not very good. Then she dramatically increased from, like, 2023 onwards in appearances, and the Katana, yeah, Karen / Katana, yeah. And just this year alone, I think it's fair to say she's up here now. Prior, I think she would have been here, but after all the stuff that they've done with her this year, I think she solidifies this tier. Because they've done a lot with her storytelling. We learned a lot about her. The fact that she was yeah, she is a sick character, yeah. Yeah. Not what I expected when she first introduced, because she got put in some of the most meh videos. Like, she was in the laundry video, she was in the fucking How to Train Your Mario video. She had very minor appearance in the lawsuit arc. But then she just started appearing like a lot more often. She basically became the character who's like that she had to do everything, but she gave no fucks, and they did a lot of great and funny things with her. And a lot of story things with her that is just absolutely incredible. Yeah. Yeah, she's a really good character. I think she solidifies possibly the last character to be in the A tier. Yeah. Because she reminds me of Total in a lot in a way, because like also being a character that has to put up with people's bullshit. But the difference is Toad is a selfish piece of shit. And Karen is not. So she's like the opposite of that. And she actually has a family to take care of and stuff. And there's a whole story about that and stuff too. Yeah, just based off of what they've done with her this year alone, she's absolutely solidified at A tier. And she's probably the final one going in there. Yeah, she says she is a sick character. Hmm. And and again, it's crazy because she was just silently introduced, just like out of nowhere. What even was her first appearance? Was it the laundry video or? Oh, the Mario documentary. Oh yeah, I remember. She like kicks Mario out of the warehouse or wherever the fuck Walmart, wherever the fuck he is. And then in the laundry video, she's like trying to kill him. Oh yeah. Yeah, she just kind of just like showed up out of nowhere. But then started appearing in like every video after that. Yeah, she was in the laundry video, which Mario fucks up the laundromat, and then she just like pulls out a gun and just like tries to shoot him. And that's before nearly gets shot. Meme Games 2022. How to Train Your Mario. Yeah, I didn't really like that one. The McDonald's where she teamed up with Swag. The Yes Before Kids. Mario goes like that joke was really funny. Where like, was it Melanie brought her kids to her? I think it was Melanie. And then she was about to fucking unleash, and then Melanie just like slowly puts him down. Oh yeah, that's great. Oh yeah. All right, who we got now? Wheeler. Wheeler sucks. Wheeler is Shroomi's crazy grandfather who just like wants to rob people. He got Maggie arrested in the pawn business because she like fucking he stole Mario's liver in one video. Yeah, it's like he fucking no, he fucking sucks. Lawyer Kong. His Texas speech voice really annoyed me, but aside from that, I think he was a decent villain. Yeah, I don't know why I went light mode. That was weird. I don't know why I decided to do that when I clicked on the Wheeler appearances page. Okay, now it's not doing it, so that's weird. Okay. But no, Wheeler, he's just a fucking nuisance. He got Maggie arrested in the pawn business because she defended herself, and then Bob sold her out. So no, he fucking sucks. No, Lawyer Kong, I'd say was a good villain. And as it turns out, it was just Funky Kong. But again, I hate his text-to speech voice. But for what he was doing, I think it worked. So I'll probably put him right with Donkey Kong, honestly. Kaizo. Kaizo could have been a cool character, but they just did nothing with him after he was introduced. He also kind of had like a give no fucks attitude and stuff. But again, they just barely did anything with him after he was introduced. He turned Psycho back to her old self briefly before it was reverted. And then they fought with each other over and over and over until like the Meme Games 2022 where they decided to make up for whatever reason. I think he's probably the closest to like a wasted potential character outside of the recolors. But I'm willing to put him above them because like he at least he was cool in his first couple appearances. But they could have done more with him, so I can't justify putting him higher than that. All right, Karen's kids. I appreciate the air instruments they started to play. Yeah, I mean that little storyline was cool. They didn't really do anything with him after that, so that's kind of the deal there. And he stayed a character. They just did nothing with him. There's another character coming up where that's the case too. But yeah, Karen's kids. Um, Corey is just the retard one who just like he's like Mario. If Mario was a literal child. Zach is the one who's always like pulling bullshit and like causing issues. Um and Katie's kind of the normal one. They got powers and the Katie is the smartest. Yeah, she is the smartest of the three. Zach is the most selfish of the three that likes to cause mayhem. And then Corey is just an idiot. Like that's his character. He is dumb as rocks. Yeah, he is dumb as rocks. And that's why Mario clicks with him, because he's also dumb as rocks. That's why he's the bomb, yeah. And Zach's the chainsaw, and Katie has the cannon arms. So I think just enough has been done with him to edge him up into the B tier. Just enough. And more absolutely could have been done with them if things were to continue. But since they're not, yeah, I think just enough was done to where they could edge up, probably sandwich in between Master Hand and Lawyer Kong. It would have been interesting to see more done with them over time. But yeah. Yeah, they're fun characters. One Shot Ren is a piece of shit. But he is a devious villain, so. And he's a villain that actually works. He's not like fucking Francis, where it's like. You can't take him seriously. One Shot Ren is very fucking devious. So I think he works very well. Borderline, yeah, borderline evil. Yeah, I think he works incredibly well. So he can go with Niles and SMG0. Again, never meet your idols, yeah. Yeah, Meggy was going to meet him, and he set up the simulation stuff and fucking made her get killed in a simulation for over a month. Just reliving the same day over and over and over. We're torturing her. And not just having her get killed, but he's the one that kills her over and over and over and over and over. With the only times where that didn't happen being when she's like, when he's not there. So yeah, it's fucking. Until Starry. Yeah. Until Tari stepped in and stopped everything, yeah. Yeah, he is absolutely the most. I fuck up my words, okay? You know what I mean? But no, he is the most devious villain by far. Absolutely insane. And I don't think anyone else came anywhere close. Some of the other ones were just like. Their motives at least made sense. His were just fucked. Like SMG3, he wanted to kill SMG4 because he was jealous. And so he wanted to kill everyone for ruining his birthday. Okay, that is not a good reason at all. Not that any reason is good, but that motivation is the dumbest thing on the planet. Jeez. But yeah, One Shot Ren was genuinely like evil. And I think that's why he worked the best out of all the villains. He is Maggie's idol. He's the one who gave her the fucking headwear she has. And he spent over a fucking month torturing her as a result. Yeah, absolutely fucking nuts. And not in a funny way either, like crazy toilet dude or Enzo. Generally just unhinged nuts. Him exploding was the only way his story was going to end. He was that bad. Speaking of that bad, we have someone to blame. Yeah. Speaking of that bad, nothing about Depresso is good. There's zero redeeming qualities to Depresso. Yeah, like this character exists to piss you off. Like, what was his whole thing? He like lost his girlfriend, so he cried in the water supply and turn everyone into clowns. And then after that point, he just started just like fucking. He moved into the fucking castle, lives in the basement. All he does is talk about wanting to kill himself. And then there was that one joke where he was like basically trying to be Sean Mays. No, this character is just God. He is low-key the worst character. Like, he is actually the worst character. He is so bad. Of course, his article has like a highly controversial tag to it. As well as implied to be a pedophile. I mean, he's Screwball if Screwball wasn't funny. Because he's also got that going on too. Yeah, where's that fucking video? The fucking. Now, I don't know what they were going for with Depresso, but I hate him. I hate him. Yeah, this shit.
Andy?
What a great advertisement. What a great character. Yeah, he was just fucking. Oh, God. Sorry to all the Depresso fans. Katie, run, you run. Run away. Oh my God. That joke is funny. But no. So yeah, Depresso's basically a pedophile. Or at least it's implied he is. Yeah, he is generally the worst character. And I think he exists for you to hate him. They knew. Yeah, they clearly did. He's clearly designed for you to hate him. That is his purpose. And yeah, he succeeds at it. He's the worst character. I don't feel bad for him at all. But yeah. probably the last character going in the trash tier. And one of the most deserving, I will say. All right, we got 6 left. Marty. Marty annoys me. It annoys me how people how characters in universe just keep fucking mistaking him for Mario as if they look anything fucking like. He just randomly appears and just causes this bullshit. Mario created him and he became a monster. Yeah, Marty sucks. He is not likable at all. He is fucking annoying. Yeah, every time he shows up on screen, I'm just like, oh my fucking god, again? That's how I feel about Marty. He annoys me with his presence. Yeah, one of SMG3's diary for a secret recipe. He stopped the castle from being built because Mario wouldn't give him any of the fucking money he was making from the pizza place. God, he ruins literally everything. Ugh. He deserves to be down there with Wheeler. He is one of those villains where it's just like, why do you keep using him so much? It's just like, why? Does he really have that many fans out there? If he does, then fair enough, I guess. But I don't understand it. Clench. Yeah, Clench is funny for the little he's appeared. I really liked his dynamic with Tari in that first video. Just him pissing her off. And them having to learn to like work with each other. And then his fight with Maggie was funny too. Called me Clench. And he's like, so do you really want to be called Clench? He's like, yes. Oh, it was great. They just didn't do enough with him. Same with Kaizo. I thought it was funnier than Kaizo though. So if they did more with him, I'd move him higher. But unfortunately they did not. So he currently rounds out the B- tier. Mr. Puzzles. Interesting character. Psychotic TV guy who cut off his own head to put a TV in its place. The root of all evil in the later years, yeah. Is responsible for all of the disaster. It's got to be perfect. One shot Ren. Fucking Marty. Who keeps coming back for more and more. And then developed a relationship with Meggy in her leggy form, tried to manipulate her into like helping him succeed, failed, then became friends with Mr. Weapons, botched that, and then decides to try to change things and sacrifices himself in the end. He's a very interesting character. He is a good villain. He is a good villain. Put TV in its place, insanity at its finest, yeah. Yeah, he did quite a lot. And in the end, actually did actually regret all of the things he did, unlike some of the other villains who were just pieces of shit till the very end. I don't think he goes up a tier, but I'm fine placing him probably. He could probably go right with Dusty. They did do a lot with him. More than a lot of people probably asked for, but he did get a lot of development. So he can definitely place up there. All right, Leggy. I did not understand Leggy at first, as I said earlier. But as she kept appearing and they started doing more with her dynamic with Mr. Puzzle, I started to understand it a bit more. She was so, yeah, when she turned crazy, that's when I started to appreciate her character more. When all she did was just hide and run and scream and yell, it was, I was just like, what the fuck? But then they actually like a pet at first. Yeah. That was a weird thing, and I was just like, but again, once they like established that dynamic and she started going crazy, and that was a lot of fun. So I think that latter part edges her up into the B tier. Because they did do some fun stuff with her after that initial wave. Now, if she stayed like that, she probably would have been in the C tier. But that's not what happened. So they took her in a very interesting direction. Did to Meggy after he kidnapped her, but he made Leggy talk and absolute crazy, yeah. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. Hmm. Yeah, she became a lot of fun later on, so you know what? She can go up there with a visual. She did more than Belle, so she could probably go sandwich in between her and SMG0. Yeah, yeah, good use of visual gags, yeah. Yeah, they made her a lot of fun as they kept using her. I didn't know how to feel initially when, yeah, she was basically a pet and was just running around scared and yelling. She would have qualified for that fucking Jub Jub or fucking Terrence position otherwise. And we got 2 more characters left. Mr. Weapons. Karen's ex-husband, and he's the father of her kids. The reason why they got powers in the first place. Reintroduce himself to like try to make them grow into their powers, but took it way too far. And in the end had the same fate as Mr. Puzzles, as they both sacrificed themselves in the end. He's also a cool character, yeah. Very sick and twisted. Was not a good role model at all. Even though he did give good advice, but the ends to a means were brutal. I like Sick and Twisted though, yeah. Honestly, for the brief period it was around, I kind of liked him more than Mr. Puzzles. For the brief period he was around, I liked his story more. I liked his just overall character. Puzzles was like, yeah, animation with his character was absolutely spectacular. Yeah, yeah, I liked his character more than Mr. Puzzles overall. Um, Mr. Puzzles was way more over the top, but Mr. Weapons was more like sinister and brutal. And he wasn't trying to be a piece of shit, but he was. So yeah, I another character. I think it would have been cool to see more done with him, but for the little that was done, yeah, I think he was very good, very good. When he went too far, but things had to end the way they did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they had to end the way they did. Makes sense. But yeah, it would have been cool to see more of him because he really didn't get as much screen time as like Mr. Puzzles did. Mr. Puzzles was around for like over a year straight. Mr. Weapons, in comparison, had like 8 months or something, so not as long. And then Toomph is the last character. Interesting character. Probably, I mean, would have absolutely been in this category, but then he randomly talked and revealed he was like a being from another universe studying friendship. So, interesting character. I think his role he fulfilled was definitely more impactful than these 3 down here. So, he can go probably right with the Killer Ink leader, probably just above. And there you have it. That is every character that I put in this template anyway. That's all of them. This is the official ranking. Took way longer than I thought it would. 7 hours to be exact. But a lot of that was because of the fact that I, you know, did the fucking, had to do additional research on some of these older characters. Yeah. So to quickly recap the entire list, these are the joke characters, so ignore them. But in Pingas Approved, we got Steve, SMG4, Meggy, SMG3, Luigi, Crazy Toilet Dude, and Enzo. In the A tier, we got Swag Master 69, 69, 69, Chris, Eggman, Bowser, Tari, Mario, Toad, X, FM, Karen, Waluigi, Wario, Melanie, Dr. Brutus, Sergeant Mark, Frankie, the Old Man, Rock Wizard, the Police, ending off with Slenderman. In the B tier, we got Sonic, Psycho, Axel, Dusty, Mr. Weapons, Mr. Puzzles, Toadsworth, Egad, Rosalina, Greg, Box of Hot Dogs, MCG, Roughman, Shroomy, Mr. Monitor, Bob, One Shot Ren, Niles, SMG0, Leggy, Bell, SMG0, Bot, X from Enterex, SLG4, Super Mega Gangsta 1, Master Hand, Zach, Katie, Corey, Lawyer Kong, Donkey Kong, Kirby, Teletubbies, Toast Fairy, Shy Guy, Gourmet Guy, ending off with Heavy. In the B- tier, we got Rob, Clench, Kaizo, Lakitu, Mario 54321, Epic Yoshi Fan, Austin Dog, Engaged Dog, fucking Jeeves, Fishy Boopkins, his father, Toomph, Killer Inc. leader, Bowser Jr., the Koopalings, Evil X, or Nintendo Fan 996, Daisy, the Villager, Baldy, Doom Guy, Granddad Mario, Cappy, Minion, Ouija Doll, Metal Mario, who wants to anyone who touches his rocks, Dupless, Merlin, Kermit, Big SMG4, Egg Dog, and Terrence. In the C tier, we got Greg, Link, Jub, I forget the name of these toads, but the Toad group, Yoshi, Knuckles, Sans, iRock, and the dumb pirate guy. In the D tier, we got Czar, Ouija, Ben, Toadette, Tails, Freddy, Susan, Wimpu, Wheeler, and Marty. In the Trace tier, we got Peach, Chica, rounding it off with Depresso. And the tier below that, we got Starman 3. And then the Burn tier, we got Francis and Box Club Leader. Now, did I want to spend 7 hours doing this? Especially when I wanted to do a stream on the main account? No. But at the same time, I wouldn't have it any other way. This was fun, yeah. It is not every day I get to fucking talk about SMG4. Or at least talk about SMG4 without it devolving into a disaster in my chat or a disaster conversation that goes in directions that I did not want to go in. So. I'm glad I did this stream. I had a lot of fun with it. Problem is it's 9. I don't want to crash now. I don't know what to do at this point. But yeah. Without other opinions. Not that people aren't entitled to their opinions. But hostile conversations in my chat or in my fucking Discord are not appreciated. So. Yeah, it is annoying when it's hostile. I guess I'll say that. That's why I didn't want to do a main stream this weekend, because I knew the chat was just gonna be filled with people talking about SMG4 ending, and then you were gonna have the smart asses in chat who would say some shit that would piss everyone else off and cause a fucking disaster. And you just knew there were gonna be people who were gonna fucking bring up SML or talk about any of that shit, and it's just like, no. That's why I wanted to do the whatever stream, so that if that ever came up, I could just shut it down. Yeah. Yeah, it is something we love. SMG4 means a fuck ton. And it always has, and always will. I mean, even once the series is over, I'm still gonna keep watching it. Just going back to the old stuff. And I'm sure more people will keep reacting to it, so there will always be content made on it, and there's sure to be fan channels and stuff that continue the legacy and whatnot. It's just... But ultimately, SMG4, the Luigi Channel network, the way it is now, would not be what it is without SMG4. That is a fact. It would not be. So everyone who says, like, A Familiar World or Mephiles, the Final Chapter, I almost said Puppet Master again, but yeah, Mephiles' Final Chapter are the best videos I've ever made. Well, you kind of have to thank SMG4 for, like, inspiring me to make those the way I did. It's just like, that didn't just come from out of thin air. The inspiration had to come from somewhere, and it wasn't coming from SML, because SML was going down the shitter. So, like, that influence came through, and I think it was for the better, and I was planning to do even more with it. I was going to continue doing the blooper videos and stuff. And you know what? I still am. As the blooper vids were literally supposed to be a homage to SMG4. That's what, going forward, I was going to make them. It was going to be in my universe, but it was going to be a homage to SMG4, and because SMG4 just means that fucking much. Exactly, yeah. One of your favorite characters to voice, and one of my favorite characters to fucking have in the videos and write for. Like, Like, I think England Girl is a fucking one of the best character introductions I've had in like a long time. Not that I haven't had good character introductions in a long time, but like, I mean, out of this list of the characters that were introduced, I think her and Mother Bear are probably my favorites. In terms of the characters I started using more. I think she's just an awesome character. Obviously inspired by Meggy, who's also an awesome character. And it's just like huge inspiration for me, yeah. Huge inspiration for me too. Like the second blooper video was gonna be even more increased in the SMG4 influence than the first one was. The first one was based off of like old SMG4. It was based off of like Melanie 2. Yeah, Melanie as well. Yeah, like the second blooper video I was planning to do was going to have a even bigger SMG4 influence. Like this one, this original one I did in 2019 was based off of like old school SMG4. The second one was going to take more of an influence from like the more recent stuff. And obviously still have my twists. Like I was going to ditch the fucking because I voice my characters in my main videos, so it's just like this was like a homage to old SMG4. The second video was going to be like a homage to the later stuff, but also merge it with my stuff because like this video I mainly tried to stick to the SMG4 old SMG4 style. For the second one, I was gonna ditch the I was gonna keep the text, but I was gonna ditch the fucking voice clips for the most part and just do the voice acting myself because I voice these characters in my videos anyway. Now for the characters that are in universe, I was gonna keep them with the text or whatever. Not the text, excuse me, the voice clips. Like Shy Guy or whatever was gonna stay with the voice clips. Puddle is just text. No sound clips, nothing. Just text. But no, the second video was gonna be like and it was gonna be like obviously a direct continuation after this, but it was like it's gonna be the characters going around the place, and I was gonna toss in a bunch of SMG4 homage and references and stuff. Because that's kind of what this was meant to be in the first place. And I remember I had it to where the characters. Yeah, and I'm still gonna do it. After this, I'm committed. I'm going to do it. I don't want that SMG4. Yeah, it is still happening. Yeah. It is still going to happen. Like, no doubt. And it's like, I don't want SMG4s influence, like it's still going to come through, and it always will, because like there is not a single YouTube series aside from SML which that impacted me as much as SMG4, and there never will be again. Because I don't really watch that type of content. SMG4 and SML was really the last of it I did, because like Gaming All Stars or whatever retired. And Here's the Stars, I mean, that gets an episode once in a blue moon. So it's just like, ugh. But the good thing about SMG4 is it's such a long series that there's always content there. There's like 700 plus videos that you can go back and watch. And more people will keep discovering it each day, and there will be people who take direct influence and try to keep that spirit alive. And although I don't really make machinima content, the spirit of SMG4's influence is still felt in my plush videos, and I want to keep that alive. Just like the spirit of Goomzilla and other influences I have. Like, yeah, I'm gonna commit to finishing that blooper. I don't know when, but it's gotta happen. I remember when I first started writing it, I was so excited, too. This is gonna be like a crossover thing. It was so fucking cool, dude. I'm still gonna do it. Ugh. I'll solidify that. But yeah. But yeah, that's really the main reason why I didn't wanna why I haven't streamed recently on the main account outside of the shitter streams. Moving forward, I'm gonna have to figure something out, because once Just Watch This Video goes, my safety net is gone. There's nothing else to fall back to. Just Watch This Videos is it. And unless I decided to drag it on and try to force something else out of it, that's literally gonna be it. And it's just like, ugh. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna make it count though. How close are we? Nearly 10. You got this, yeah. I know. For the first, I'll say this too. For the first time in a long time, I generally like feel a spark again that I haven't felt in such a long time. So like even though SMG4 is going to be concluding by the end of the year, it Depresso, go away, yeah. Yeah, it's just like even though it's going to be ending, it's lighting a spark in me on the way out that I haven't felt in such a long time. It's forcing me to make decisions that I wouldn't have been comfortable making otherwise. So by the time the time comes and I'm ready to go back to the usual, I don't know what that's going to look like. I just know it's going to happen and it's going to be on my terms in my way. It's not just SB4 ended. This is an entire era, entire chapter of my life ending too. Just Watch's videos was a very important channel in the beginning. It was started to help the main channel grow when I was like, my views were starting to die off when I started Survival Season 2 or whatever it was. And besides reacting to my own shitty videos, the first thing I did was SMG4. So starting with and ending with, it only makes sense. Outside of my own content and the direct streams. And yeah, SML played a big part too, but I mean, on that front, I ended that journey years ago on a note I was happy with before it really all went to shit. So, you know, my playbacks would be good. 75. Not bad. We got more chat interaction on this stream compared to the last ranking stream. It's definitively the longest one, but you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. If I'm gonna do a 7 to 8 hour stream, I'd rather it be something that I have a genuine passion for. I would castrate myself if I had to do this fucking SML. And me, yeah. But that's fine. I didn't expect crazy turnout, but I didn't care because I know there's going to be VOD watchers after the fact. So they'll get more out of the stream than I ditch you. I wouldn't want to do that. So oh man. Still have to hang in there. Surprisingly, I'm not that tired. I'm running out of stamina in terms of like being able to fully pull this off, but since it's done, so. And I just want to see how long is that ranking portion, just to see if it's. That's a good 4 hours. I don't know if I'd be able to turn that into. I'm not really talking about ending. I'm talking about how long, much longer to stay up. Because if I crash now, I'm probably still gonna get up at like 4, and I don't want that. Again, I don't even know how I got up at fucking 3 anyway. And I went to bed at 11, and I got fucking 4 hours of sleep. Absolutely ridiculous. And I couldn't fall back asleep, and I tried getting more sleep today, and I wasn't able to. But you know what? I'm glad, because I was able to do this entire stream. So, I'm fine with it. Mm. But yeah. This is like 4 hours of footage for the thing. That's a lot. But I'll see what I can do. If I can edit that down enough. But yeah. That's it until the end of the year, basically. And then we will do the final ranking stream where we rank all of the rest of the videos of this year. And then that'll be it. Oh, man. I wish there was like a fast way to switch streams over. So I didn't have to go through all my bullshit. Ugh. I don't know. I still have stuff I want to talk about. I don't really want to do it on this stream, though. Because it's not really related. So. regardless. Regardless, I think this one should end because we've done everything. So I am not going to, at least here, I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. Like always, this will go up on as a VOD as soon as it's done. And if possible, I will try to extract the character list and try to upload it separately. Again, it depends on how long it is, and obviously I'll cut out all the breaks and whatever the fuck in between. So it's not absurdly long, you know? Least I can do. And then once I do that, maybe change this thumbnail. I don't know. But yeah. I don't want to keep you guys in particular here any longer, so I'm going to get some music ready. And we'll go ahead and outro this thing out. Want something without copyright. Sure, we open with a similar song, so yeah. Turn the audio down so you can hear me for the outro. The song will play us out. The song is Melissa Overdrive, The New World. This is the dawning of the new world. But yeah. That is it. We have done the ranking for 2024, as well as the tier list, which took us a lot longer than I anticipated, but that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and save it, and also do the link thing. Well, I'll save it off later, but yeah. Yeah, we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end, dudes. After this, there's only one more stream and a couple more reaction videos, and then so we're wrapping up shop here soon. But this was a very fun stream. It was nice to just be able to sit here and talk and gush over Ashen before for hours and hours and hours. I don't really get this opportunity very often, so it was enjoyable to be able to do it now. So yeah, I don't want to keep you guys here any longer. I will possibly see you back on this channel for the next reaction video if he does upload like a regular series episode this Saturday. Otherwise, I will probably see you on the main account. And then on this one, stream-wise, I won't see you till December. So yeah. That being said, fun stream, dudes. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Much appreciated. And again, like I said before, we'll go up as a VOD afterwards. So, that being said, that's gonna do it for tonight's stream. Hope you enjoyed as always. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that. And I will see you in the next one. See you guys in the next reaction. And whenever it's time to do the finale stream. And of course, on the main account. So, later. Goodbye, Luigi fans. I will increase the music volume. Enjoy the music, dudes. Later.